Good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are. How's everybody doing? Welcome to a new series, something I've been thinking about for a little while now. Something I'm going to do on the weekends. We'll see whether we keep it up, but I was thinking of doing some sort of nostalgia gaming thing, retro. Well, it's not necessarily just going to be centered on retro, just anything nostalgic that I had good memories of, as well as just playing other random older games as well. And they're not going to be like specific to any platform. Like for example, now going to be playing Monster Hunter Freedom on the PSP. It's hooked up to my open source scan converter, which upscales the images, makes them all right, not bad. Um, so yeah, I thought, why not kick it off with one of my most nostalgic games that I had fond memories of, Monster Hunter Freedom, back on the PSP. Now, I did originally play the PS2 version, but I played it towards the end of its life, just as the servers and everything were shutting down, so I never got that online experience on the PS2 version. But the PSP version, I used a software on PC years ago called X-Link Kai, and it allowed you to connect your PSP through Bluetooth, I think it was. I can't remember what it was exactly. But it lets you connect your PSP through this software on your PC called X-Link Kai, and you could play online in unofficial servers with people. Because the PSP version of Monster Hunter, well, it wasn't using servers. It was like a chat room system, but it did like other systems like Xbox, PlayStation 2, anything really. Stop making us keep press start. And yeah, you basically linked up through the local, because basically the original PSP version of Monster Hunter I could only play locally, but it tricked your PSP into connecting through the PC and thinking it was playing with people next to you, but you weren't. You were playing with other people around the world. It was a similar sort of function on the N-Gage back in the day. You would use Bluetooth tunneling to trick the N-Gage into thinking you are playing online with other people. I think you can probably still do that today if the software is still around. Then again, the N-Gage, it still did connect to the official arena forums and everything for that. Not sure. But anyway, yeah, like I said, we're going to be playing across multiple platforms, mainly PSP, Evercade. Evercade, I have a crap ton. I've got over like 60 odd cartridges, each with like 5 to 12, 20 games on each cartridge from like Atari, Sega Genesis. I don't think Sega Genesis was one of them. Amiga, things like that. There's loads of different old retro platforms on there, as well as any other things like my PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and whatever else I hook up to it, really. But yeah, I thought I'd kick off with the first game I thoroughly enjoyed. It was Monster Hunter Freedom. And like I said, this will be mainly just a weekend thing during the weekdays, and it'll not be every weekend. Like some weeks, if I'm really invested in a more modern game, I'll be focusing on that. Like for example, in February when Monster Hunter Wilds comes out, I'll be heavily focused on playing that. But this will be mainly weekend things, just playing old nostalgic games across multiple different platforms. And it's basically just going to be whatever I feel like. And maybe every now and then I'll have some sort of straw poll where you guys can vote on a game. Who knows? Because the other reason is I've also been wanting to play through the Valkyria Chronicles games on the PSP. Because I never beat Valkyria Chronicles 2. And I've never played 3. I've got... I've got the PSP copies of them. I've imported a copy of Valkyria Chronicles 3. But obviously, unfortunately, this is in Japanese. I do have a digital copy of it where it's been fan translated into English, preloaded onto my PSP. That is the only instance where I'll be using like downloaded versions of the games if I legitimately own them, but they are, you know, in a different language. In fact, that's like the only game anyway. As far as I can remember, anyway. But yeah, shit like that. Na 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 na. That's the old classic one. You know, I'll just put that on for now. Again, we'll play it as if we've never played it before. Oh my god, we're gonna have to go back to like the old claw method of moving the camera around. It's a shame I don't have my original save anymore. In fact, I'm having a look in my other Monster Hunter boxes and see if I've got any other memory cards in there. It's a shame I don't have my original save. Yeah. So obviously we've got the original Monster Hunter. That was my original copy that I bought way back when. I don't think I have the receipt in for the date I purchased it. I used to keep me receipts for everything. Nah, I haven't got it. And then there was Monster Hunter Freedom 2. Oh, there's a memory card in there? Ooh. I wonder if that'll have my original save file. I'll check that later off stream. Be interesting. And then Monster Hunter Freedom Unites, the best PSP game. Again, all of these were my original copies of the game. Like not platinum re-releases, all black case releases, like black label. You know about like the label on the top there. Black PSP, and then re-releases for like silver, similar to like PS2 games and everything. So these are all my original copies that I bought on release. Na, 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 na. But yes, we'll get in. Let's see. Man, setting up the open source scan converter is such a pain in the butt. However, I will say it seems to work perfectly with a PSP. The problem I had with the PS1, PS2 with it was every time it would change resolution, the video would lose signal every time. And the problem with like older games, whenever you like opened a menu, closed a menu, there was a cutscene, the cutscene would start or the cutscene would end, it would lose signal because the resolution scaling on older systems was just a mess. Particularly on the PS1 and PS2, they were the worst ones for it. Which is why I didn't like this open source scan converter that I bought. Like most people use RetroTinks, but I'm not paying 500 quid for something like that. That cost us like, I don't know, 150, 120 pound. Maybe not even that, I can't remember. It's been a while. But I've only used it so far once. Well, I tried to use it with Aliens Trilogy on the PlayStation 1. But I was originally just using like a... No, sorry, that's a lie. I had like a SCART to HDMI converter for that. And the problem with it was it made the image like stupidly dark. And especially for that Aliens game, you just couldn't see a damn thing. And if you tried to like force the brightness and contrast up, the image would just look horrible. And that's when I eventually bought that scan converter. And I tried it with like Dino Crisis, The Bouncer, and a bunch of other games, and that's when I noticed its flaw is its resolution switching. But yes, welcome to Monster Hunter 1. It's weird looking at this on me TV, because I'm playing it on my 55-inch TV on the wall, and yeah. It looks alright, actually. The only thing I've noticed is text. Text is a bit bleh. But the image, fine. Now, in this game, I used to use Greatsword. I might use Lance. Nah, let's take the Greatsword. Why not? I can't remember if the original had scaling mechanics where if you played it solo, it was easier. I know eventually that did become a thing. I can't remember how it was in the original ones. I haven't got any more soothers left, annoyingly. Alright. Man, back when you had to use picks and paintballs and all that jazz. They're bringing some of that back now in Wilds. The paintball mechanic is coming back. And from what it looks like, I think the way the paintball thing works in that one, I think I did use it once or twice, but I didn't really pay much attention. I just thought, throw a paintball, track monster. But I think the way it works is, in the older games, you would throw the paintball and it would put a dot on the map, so you knew where it was going. If you didn't have the dot, you had to rely on the shadow of the monster as it was like flying away, or whichever direction it like limped in, and you had to try and figure out where it went manually. Now, I think in Wilds, the way it's going to work is you throw the paintball, and your mount can basically track the scent that way. I think that's how the paintball mechanic's going to work. Huh. It seems you've set your sights on being a hunter. What is a hunter? A lonely soldier without a name. Someone with an eye for collecting. Someone chiseled with memories of victory with comrades. Everyone has one or two of those traits, but a hunter must have them all. If you're serious about wanting to be a top-class hunter, then let me share with you everything I've learned as the hero of Kokoto. To celebrate your setting off as a hunter, I'd like to give you a couple of presents. First, some money. It isn't much. Second, go back home and take a look in your item box. I've placed a set of weapons in there for you. Please use whichever you like. Already done that one, mate. But while you're still getting used to things, it's safe for you to use your current hunter's knife until you've gained a rank. By the way, there's an outpost of the Hunters Guild in this village now. There you can embark on quests which large number of hunters with a large number of hunters. Go to the counter to initiate a quest with others. I can't remember, could you trigger the hub quest solo? Because you had like a whole bunch of other quests inside the hub. The counter's inside this house, so you should visit there for a better explanation. Hello and welcome. If it's new weapons or armor you're looking for, you've come to the right place. What can I do for you today? And this is where you buy like base stuff. The other guy next to him would like craft gear for you. Alright. There we go. Start with the base gear. If you want to be a first-rate hunter, there are all sorts of challenges you have to meet. What level of quest would you like to undertake? Nanny? These are about the only quests that look right for you. Ow. Okay. Finding raw meat. Request a village chief. First, a little trial. Hunt down an Aptonoth and harvest the meat. Deliver 2 pieces of raw meat and you'll complete your first quest. This might be a good quest to test your skills on. Will you accept it? To leave on your quest, press the square button at the village entrance or by the big tree over there. Good luck to you. Oh man. I'm going to guess the X-Link Kai system will probably still be up and running. I might look into that after this, and you never know. Once I get to like the online part of it, hop in on there. Can't remember how to set it up though. I think you needed a... Oh, you do. You need a Wi-Fi adapter. I used to have one, but it doesn't work with newer systems. And I don't think the Wi-Fi standard for that... Because I tried to connect this to the PlayStation Store about a month ago, but the Wi-Fi standard on this is so out of date, you can't connect to modern routers. So I don't know how to get this to connect back to, like, online, which is annoying because I've got a lot of PSP games on the PlayStation Store that I could install on this. But, yeah. Right. Back to the old claw method. Wisdom of the Chief updated. Where? Chief's Wisdom. Hunter Basics. Viewing your surroundings. This is the village chief, also known as the Hero of Kokoto. I'll be guiding you through your first quest. You're standing in the base camp right now. This is where your quest begins. Let's take a look at the basic controls. If you want to call yourself a hunter, you've got to master the fundamentals. The analog stick moves your character. Tap the L button to center the camera viewpoint. To be a good hunter, you must always be aware of your surroundings. Make a habit of pressing the L button frequently, so you can stay one step ahead of your quarry. You'll find a supply box, a delivery box, and a bed at the base camp. Try using the L button as you look around for them. That is the supply box. It contains useful items that will aid you on your journey. Be sure to take a look in there whenever you start a new quest. Press the circle button to view contents of the supply box. Use the X button to remove items from the supply box and place them in your personal inventory. If you take the map from the supply box, you can use an overview of the region. After checking over the gear at camp, take a look at the map and try moving into Zone 1. The red mark on the map indicates your current position. Press the start button to open the menu. Select map zoom and you can change the size of the map. God, back when taking things out of the box was slow. See, this is why I'm still old school with all Monster Hunter games. The mechanic of like cycling through your gear I'm still like that today with World and Wilds, and I'm never going to change. I know there's like a Hot Wheel, but it's just habit for me to just do it that way. Takes a little bit longer, sure, but I'm fine with it. Oh, shit. Hang on. The only problem with my current setup, the way I've got my portable desk set, is I'm having a hard job reaching for my mouse because the bar of the mic arm is low, so I'm having to like reach under it, and it's a right pain in the butt. Right. This here is the delivery box. Put the requested items for a quest inside the box to complete your task. Circle button places items in the delivery box. This is a bed where you can rest up and restore your health. It's a godsend when you don't have any recovery items. Press the circle button to rest in the bed. The green gauge is your health gauge. Whoops. No cheap wisdom for the fishies? Guess that'll come later in another quest. So far, this is running really nicely. I just hope this doesn't conk out, because obviously it's old. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. To become a hunter, you must hunt. You won't last long if you don't master hunting. The region you're in now is home to relatively docile herbivorous monsters. Let's try hunting in Aptonoth for some weapon practice. These fellas are skittish. If they run, use the L button to keep your attack focused. Tap the L button to center the camera viewpoint, and the analog stick plus X button to quick roll. Oh. No matter how peaceful a weapon may be, its age will... not powerful. There's a problem with the text. It may not look as bad for you guys, because obviously the image is going to be a bit smaller for you guys, but mine's blown up on a massive screen, so the text's a bit... Bleh. That's the only problem. Everything else is fine. No matter how powerful a weapon may be, and it doesn't matter what you do with the settings of the scan converter and everything, that's just the way this is for older systems. Right, so no matter how powerful a weapon may be, its edge will always become dull and pitted with use. However, this damage can be repaired by sharpening it. Always keep an eye on your weapon's sharpness. Swords, greatsword, lances, hammers, and dual blades lose effectiveness as their sharpness decreases. The worse the condition, the more likely your blows will be deflected by the harder parts of that monster's carapace. Of course, you can use items like the mini whetstone to sharpen a dull weapon. Hold the L button and use square and circle to select the whetstone with the square button to use it. Check the blade sharp icon on the upper left of the screen to view the sharpness of your weapon. If it flashes red and the icon is pitted, it means your weapon has lost its edge. The icon in the upper left indicates sharpness. No matter how powerful your weapon, it'll become next to useless if you don't pay attention to its sharpness. Don't forget what I've told you. We don't really need to read all of these. In fact, we'll go with Greatsword usage since that's the one we're using. To become a hunter, you must hunt. You won't last long if you don't master hunting. Let's try using a Greatsword. The triangle button will draw your sword. The R button, while the sword is drawn, will guard. Square button will sheathe the weapon. Now let's try attacking. Triangle button does a vertical slice. Circle button, side slice. Triangle plus circle does a slice up. Join different attacks in a set pattern for combo attacks. Great swords are known for the attack power their weight gives them, but that weight also adds to the time it takes to swing them. It also goes without saying that you can't run with one unsheathed. Well done, Hunter. The monster you killed may contain some usable items. Press the circle button when on top of a fallen monster to carve up the body and obtain items. You'll find different items depending on the type of monster. Keep that in mind as it's one of the fundamentals of becoming a hunter. Back when the combos were very basic. That is it. That is the combos. Everything you just saw there, that is it. So I'll grab a couple of things while we're here. Grab some poop. And the gathering points don't disappear in this, they're just saying nothing available. Like it, the newer monster does, the gathering point would like temporarily disappear. I remember where all the gathering points are. So you can't really see the gathering point here, but there is one here. So I'll grab some stuff now. It'll come in handy later. I don't think it's going to let us go any further than these 3 areas for now. I think there's like stones here blocking off the other areas. That's how they used to do it. Was there one here as well? No. All right. Man, this game. This was where I really got into Monster Hunter. Like I said, I did play the PS2 one, but I didn't really play a whole lot of it. Because I played it towards the end of its life cycle when the online system shut down. So I didn't really get much of an experience then. But then when this came out, this is when I really hit my stride with Monster Hunter and got into it. Mainly because like it's similar to the N-Gage. It was a similar thing where it was because of the online. Like I said, you could use a Wi-Fi adapter with your PC to connect this to some software called X-Link Kai, and you could play with other people online. And that's what really drew us into it, the experience. I did try playing it on my own a bit, but I much preferred it online. Same with Freedom 2. I played the crap out of this one and Freedom 2. Freedom Unite, I mainly played with the Koos and that later down the line. I did play it with other people through X-Link Kai as well, but I didn't play that one as much until later. And then obviously one of the first games I introduced Koos to was Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii. And that's where Koos got his experience of this series from, and where he hit his stride and got addicted to it. Hang on, where you going? You go nowhere. Everything in this game and all the preceding games through to Try was very hands-on, manual with how you did all your gathering of things and that. Same with your farm. You had to manually go there every time after every hunt to get materials from the farm. It wasn't automated. If you didn't go to the farm after a hunt, you didn't get anything. And you could only carry a certain amount of things that you couldn't just... Like, once your inventory was full, that's it. You couldn't carry anything else. I'm sure in, like, the newer ones, it was more forgiving on how much you could carry. Bibbidi-boo. Bibbidi-boo. I'm hungry. Brr. Alright, cool. Sorted, my son. Now we're going to drag our ass back to base camp. Yeah, and your whetstones weren't unlimited in the earlier ones as well. Can't remember if eventually you did get an unlimited one. But in like all the new ones, your whetstone's just infinite, it never runs out. I think someone's got the heating on because it is bloody hot in here. Can't remember, I think resources would respawn if you went like a certain number of zones away. I think. Like just how they've respawned the Aptonauts. Quest complete. I'm hangry. And I've never. That's the thing as well about like the early quests. I've never skipped them. I think a lot of people that see these early quests and they're like, "Oh God, ugh." They are shit." But I don't mind doing them because I'm just like very completionist about it. I gotta do everything when it comes to Monster Hunter games. The loading times on the UMD, they're not super fast, but they're not too bad. He says, while sitting on this loading screen. Back in the day, you didn't think any better of it, because this is just how it was back in the day. Now, most of your data is like preloaded onto the hard drives and that, and the hard drives are a lot quicker. Like whenever you put an Xbox disc in or a PlayStation 5 disc in, most of the data is preloaded onto the system. Just to increase the load times. Like decrease the load times, rather. Alright. I, as head of the Merchants Union in the village, I, as head of the Merchants Union of this village, have a request for you, young hunter. Recently, the unions prepared a field for farming. Would you be the caretaker of this field? It is commonly called Kokoto Farm. All the necessary items and labour have been pre-arranged. You are welcome to use the fruits of the land. If you purchase or sell goods in town or make a donation to the union, we'll be able to work together to expand the farm. And this is where you would go to manually get like ores and grow your own crops and shit and get some fish. After every hunt you had to come here. This is the Kokoto Farm. You can take as many items as you'd like from here. The field, fishing spot, mining points, and bug catching area all have their own managers, so you should get details from them. If you plant a mushroom tree in that enclosure with the roof, you'll be able to gather mushrooms from it. You can even build a beehive. See the area on the left of the field? If we decide to build a beehive, we'll put it there. You can gather up items from all of these by pressing the square button. The Union Chief will quickly build these handy spots upon request. I actually forgot the layout of this one. Like, I'm used to the Monster of Freedom 2 farm. I forgot the layout of this one. This is a mining spot. I will lend you a pickaxe for free, yeah? So go out and mine as much as you can. Stand in front of the crack in the rock and press the square button. Do that and you'll get ore. If you gain mining points, you can climb to the rocks above this cliff using the ladder. Moreover, the interior of the rocks can also have a chasm, but if you renovate, you can bridge the gap. Even if you come visit during a quest, I'll lend you a new pickaxe. Keep cracking those rocks. Need to get an ancient rust stone as soon as possible. Or shard, or whatever the hell it was called. This is a perfect field. If you give me a seed, I will raise it until you come back. Not just seeds, I'll raise grass too. If you give me some fertilizer, I'll sprinkle it on for you. I think if you fertilize, the harvest will be even better. You can pick crops by examining the rows. The more rows you have, the more you should check. What can I do for you? What row would you like to plant in? What would you like me to plant? You don't have any seeds. Go and get some. Grass is fine too, but You're limited to things you can raise. Alright, if I have something for me to do in the field, just tell me. This is a fishing spot. You can catch some tasty fish. I'll let you borrow some bait. So fish as much as you like. Each time I lend you bait, it will be enough for 3 trips. 3 tries. But if you renovate the pier, I'll give you even more bait. Go to the pier and press square button to cast. Even if you visit while on a quest, I'll be happy to lend you some more bait. Now go catch some tasty fishes. I'm gonna get you little fishy. It was X. Square to cast, X to... I forgot how to fish. I'm used to it when it normally, like, bobs a few times. I see, there you go, yeah, right, I get it. That was a lighter nibble. I get it. Oh boy, gotta get used to this again. Oh god. A fish! Knife mackerel. Sushi fish. That's all we can do for now to upgrade. Now you can catch lots of bugs in this area now. If you don't have a bug net, I'll lend you one for free. Catch lots of bugs. If you add an insect ticket to increase the amount of times you can catch bugs. You can catch bugs by walking up to the bushes around here and pressing the square button. Even if you visit while on a quest, I'll be happy to lend you another bug net. Now go catch lots of bugs. The only Monster Hunter games I never played was the PSP ones where you would send... Yeah, this is where the mechanic of sending out your felines on missions came from this PSP game. I forget what it was called. I never played them. They're the only Monster Hunter games I've never played apart from Frontier. Hello, Anna, how's it going? Can't wait for you to become a top hunter and make this town famous. We're all pulling for you. What? What can I help you with? To renovate Kokoda Farm, you must have enough Kokoda points. Kokoda points are a kind of service points awarded when you buy or sell things in town. You can get points by buying items from the shops in town. You will receive 10% of the price as Kokoda points. At any rate, we would be most grateful if you would send your hard-earned money spend your hard-earned money in our town. Also, if you sell items that you acquire during your travels, you'll receive points for the full amount. Even if it's the most mundane of items, there are many things of value to us here. This covers points earned by buying items. When you buy armor or weapons, you will receive 1% of the price in Kokoda points. Since armor and weapons are daily necessities, there's a large gap in the number of points earned. Buying or selling things in town will earn you Kokoto points. We hope this provides you an incentive to buy and sell in Kokoto Village. This is how you upgrade your farm area. Greetings. I just happen to be traveling purveyor of fine goods. Some insist on saying I'm a peddler. I'm stocking up on everyone's unwanted items. If you got anything you be wanting, speak up and I'll sell it to you cheap. Sometimes I acquire me some goods right cheap, so I'll sell them right cheap. Care to peruse my fine collection? These are about the only quests that look right for you. Preparing meat. You can't eat raw meat. You've got to cook it first. I want you to barbecue some meat and bring a piece back to the camp. Obviously, like I said at the beginning, it's slow. It gives you all the tutorial stuff just to get you into the know of how the game works. Survival skills. To become a hunter, you must take care of yourself. You won't last long if you don't keep that in mind. You can cook raw meat you obtain from carving up monsters to make it edible. Take the portable spit from the supply box with you when you go out hunting. Ooh, just tasty. You can sprint by holding the R button while moving. However, sprinting expends stamina, so keep an eye on your stamina gauge. The analog stick plus R button to sprint. The yellow gauge is your stamina gauge. As time goes by, the maximum limit of your stamina gauge will decrease. This indicates your hunger level. If it drops too low, you won't be able to sprint, so don't let your food items run out. Oh boy, I would like to hold you. Somebody, oh. Excuse me. Fine, sir, come back. Where dost thou think thou art going? Your penis! No! I don't think I can carve him anymore. Help, Chief! Chiefy Chief, I can't carve him. That's something interesting about Wilds as well. The monsters don't like just disappear anymore. Like now they've got some sort of new mechanic. I don't know what it's going to do yet, but I noticed it while playing the open beta, where the monsters will decay over time, and I'm guessing that will attract certain types of monsters. Like you'll probably be able to use those carcasses to attract bigger monsters. Or specific monsters that might have a specific taste for certain other monsters' meat. And then there's the whole weather system as well. Like it was constantly like thunderstorms and sandstorms in the area that you got to run around in the beta. It looks like you have what it takes to be a hunter. Now carve up your kill and cook the raw meat on your portable spit. Hold the L button and use circle and square to select the spit and use it with the circle button. Cooking meat is all in the timing. Press the X button just after the music stops, about 1 second after, for perfect meat. After the music stops, the moment the colour of the meat changes. If you press the X button at the right time, you'll have a perfect, well-done steak. You can eat the meat that you just cooked by pressing the square button to use the item. The better job you do of cooking it, the more your maximum stamina will be increased. If you want to abandon your quest, select the abandon quest from the menu will return you to the village. However, when you abandon a quest, your status will be returned to exactly how it was before you left on the quest. Deciding whether to abandon a quest is left entirely up to you. It's normally helpful to deliberately, if you know you're not going to complete a quest, it's normally helpful just to deliberately fail it rather than abandon, because then you get to keep whatever you've gathered during that mission. Wyvern poop. So gathering extra stuff's going to get us points for the village. And I'm going to cook a full stack of meat as well. Miniboo. I didn't bring a net with us. Bollocks. Great. Blech. A bit of herbs. I like a bit of herbs. I've been tempted to try something lately, like I don't know, it's a random thought, but like yesterday I had some like super noodles. They're like packaged noodles that you just put in water and cook them that way. But I was so tempted to like follow a video of making your own, so I can make like proper thick noodles. Because the usual like packaged crap that you buy is always just like really thin, stringy crap. But I want to like make some like proper thick Japanese style noodles, or Chinese style, whichever it was first. Oh, ramen's a Chinese thing, isn't it? Which Japanese incorporated into theirs eventually. Doesn't look too hard. Like you just like make the dough and cut it into stringy bits. There's more to it than that. The process of how you make the pasta. So that's all pasta is, really. It's just dough made in a specific way. Right. Just max out my raw meat. One.
That's tasty.
Ah, bollocks, bit too soon. A bit too late, sorry.
That's tasty.
Actually a bit harder to tell on the old one. It's usually just 1 second after.
That's tasty.
Ah! Ah, come on, what am I doing?
That's tasty.
I got it now.
That's tasty. That's
Looks tasty.
Looks tasty.
Nom, 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 nom. Where you going? You ain't going nowhere. Give me your meat. Alright. What? Give me them supplies. Um. I forgot to store away all my stuff from the farm. Shit. No! Oh well, never mind. Right. Give me your skin. think there's a bit like boundary break videos on people like busting out and getting over to that other side over there. It's not really like a solid terrain, I don't think. You can see like a bunch of Aptonauts just chilling in the background. Right. It's tasty. The main Monster Hunter really, one of the like next Monster Hunter games I'll probably play will be Try. Try was one of my other Try was one of my other nostalgic games. Like I love all the PSP ones as well. I love all the Monster Hunters, but Try was like the next step up in the series for me. Like by the time Freedom Unite rolled around, I played the crap out of Freedom Unite, but for me the series was sort of just repeating itself in terms of the gameplay and the mechanic and everything. And I was hoping for a next gen upgrade, and Try was the answer to that. It was sad that it stopped being a PSP, like a PlayStation exclusive, but Nintendo really improved the franchise. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. They made it so it had to have online, because the PSP versions didn't. You could only play like locally with someone sitting next to you, or you could do what I did, like I said, and you could connect the PSP via Wi-Fi to your PC and use software to play with other people from around the world. But that was the only way you could do it. There was no like dedicated inbuilt online, except for Monster Hunter 3rd, which I have the PS3 version lying around somewhere over there, which comes with a copy for the PSP as well on the disc. Not sure any PS3. Wait, they're all stacked up over there, but yeah, that one came with Ad Hoc Party, Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. It got like a PS3 release as well, and that version you could use a software on the PS3 called Ad Hoc Party, which worked similar to X-Link Kai, where your game would connect through that software in order to play with people online. And it had like dedicated rooms and everything that you could go into and chat with people while playing. And me and Kush briefly played that version, but the problem is it was in Japanese. So it was a bit of a pain. And then, like I said, Monster Hunter Tri came along. Nintendo got the rights to the series for a brief time, and they started pumping out 3DS versions of the game and Wii versions of the game and Wii U versions of the game, and it had proper online support. And that's when the series outside of Japan, because outside of Japan the PSP versions were a bit of a flop. They just had like a cult following of people that played it, but beyond that it didn't really do so well outside of Japan. I hate that the screen on this has got some pretty big gashes in it. I might have to probably change how I've got them all just dumped in a box, like all my PSP, my Vita, my N gauges. They're all just dumped in a box over there, and I think I should probably wrap them up individually and stuff to protect them a bit better. But I mean, I'm not playing on the screen anyway because it's connected to my open source scan converter, which is upscaling the image and making it look nicer. But yeah, ever since the Wii version came along, that's when it really started to hit its traction. It hit its stride and gain traction outside of Japan because it had online. It was easier for people to get on and play with people, and that's when its popularity started to go up and up and up. And then eventually, it went multi-platform rather than just being on the Wii and the Wii U and the 3DS, like all Nintendo platforms. It went multi-platform with Monster Hunter World. And that's when it really exploded. World was the big boom. We try on the 3DS and on the Wii and the Wii U was where it started to pick up its pace because a lot more people were getting better access to it. But World, like I said, was where it exploded. And then with Rise as well. I don't think Rise was as popular as World. For me, at least, anyway, I preferred World. The zip bug mechanic's pretty cool in Rise, but the content for me felt lacking in the base game. And then obviously eventually we got the expansion. But Worlds, on the other hand, and same with Monster Hunter Freedom Unite on the PSP, they were games that really took the content and just exploded with it. Like there's just so much content crammed into Freedom Unite and World. And I think there was like loads of content crammed into Third as well. Not 100% sure. It's tasty.
That's tasty.
All right. Cool, that'll do. Job's a good one. Simple things look like the shadows being cast by the clouds, sweeping over the area over there. Again, back in the day, this was amazing, especially on the PSP. Which I'm really hoping eventually Sony gets back into the handheld. There's always rumors flying around, but it's all fucking bullshit. Until I officially see an announcement, because that's the problem with like the internet. It's just always, oh, I heard a rumor that this is happening and that's happening. Like Bloodborne. Like Bloodborne's been like constantly rumored for Yonkis to be getting a re-release. But everyone knows now it's not fucking happening. Not yet, anyway. People are begging for it, but it's not officially happening. And it's just always, every time there's like a gaming event, like the Game Awards and everything, everyone's like, oh, there's a rumor that they're going to announce Bloodborne this year. And it's like, yeah, sure. Like last year and the year before that and the year before that. It's like, yeah, sure. I'll believe it when I see it. I want it to happen, like everyone else. I mean, I'm not too fussed. I don't mind playing Bloodborne as is. But obviously, if it got like the Demon Souls treatment and got like a complete overhaul on a new engine and everything, that'd be great. But then you could say the same with like Dark Souls 1 and maybe 2. Like if they got the remaster treatment, I mean they've had re-releases, but not like full on like Demon Souls style just remake. And that game's got the pro treatment as well, where it's getting it, or it's already got. I'm not sure if it's already got it or it's getting it. A patch, which is a shame because obviously I've already played through it again. At some point in the future, I will go back and replay it again. Like I've played on the PS3 and I've played the re-release on PS5. Like I bought Demon Souls. Like I imported a copy of that from Japan. like before it got mainstream release. Like I remember seeing a video of it on YouTube of somebody playing the Japanese version, and I thought that game looks amazing. And I don't think I've got my original copy of it anymore. I think I gave it to my niece. But yeah, I remember I imported a copy of that because I remember seeing on same with White Knight Chronicles. White Knight Chronicles. I remember seeing a video of that on YouTube and thinking that looks great, and it was great. And then the sequel came along and killed it. It was supposed to be a trilogy, but the sequel absolutely steamrolled that series. I don't think we'll ever see a third. Quest complete. Didn't get as much that time. Right. Next quest. Well, go to the farm as well. Get where daily farming in. I said that's the habit you had to get into in this game, and all the following Monster Hunters, you had to always go to the farm after every mission to get your free like fish and crops and whatever else from there, like your mine and what have you. Where did you get seeds from again? I think did you buy them from you? Well, hello there. What can I do for you today? There's quite a variety of items out there. No, you didn't sell seeds. Where the hell did you get seeds from again? Did Granny sell them? Yeah. Nope. I've forgotten where you got seeds from again. Whether you just gathered them like normal or not. He only had two menus, like 2 pages of inventory in the original one as well. I can't remember when eventually they introduced a 3rd page. I can't remember if it was Freedom 2 or Freedom Unite. But eventually they increased the pages to 3, if I remember correctly. Garbage! Ew! Give me all! Ew! Le poop! Yum bug. Ah, that one was straight away. Ah, I lost my bait. What time is it? I'll probably do a little bit of Dragon Age later as well. Like, I'll keep going with this until about 6, so go for like another 2 hours. So we at least get a little way into the main part. Get past all the basic stuff. And then I'll probably stop, get some food, and then we'll have a couple hours on Dragon Age. Because that game's looking like it's going to be a long game. And eventually I want to get onto Metro Exodus. Oh, sorry, not Exodus, Metro Awakening. Search for items. Deliver 2 herbs and 1 spider web. You can find all sorts of useful items during a hunt. Search around and bring me 2 herbs and 1 spider web. Ah, bollocks. I was wanting to get my portable spit. Unless it'll be nice enough and give us another one during this one. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Searching. To become a hunter, you must learn how to search for items. I was supposed to be doing my hair today. I was going to get the shears out. And, I don't know why. I just like getting rid of all my hair now. I like bald. It's like just after 2 weeks, it's already grown to the point where it's like pretty much back. I want it gone. To become a hunter, you must learn how to search for items. You won't last long if you don't master searching. To find the requested items in the region and put them in the delivery box. One of your requested items, the spider web, can be found somewhere in Zone 6. The other requested item, a herb, is out there somewhere too. Search under trees and among the tall grass in the zones that you can access, and make sure you don't get lost. Every quest has a time limit. For this quest, you've got 50 minutes to find the items and place them inside the delivery box. And that's the thing about quests, if I remember. Once you got on the proper hunts, like the harder hunts, would take quite a while. Like until you got better gear. Like things would, like when you first fought the Rathlos, it would take a while to beat them. But then once you got these gear and that, it would speed up. Whereas newer gear Monster Hunters, it tends not to take as long. But even then, like newer generation players were like, yeah, these take too long. Like if they took like 20 minutes, people are like, it takes forever. It's like, mate, sometimes they could take like 45 minutes. Hey Sephiroth, how we doing? Welcome to Nostalgia Crisis, the midlife crisis of gaming. And I can officially say midlife. The wilds are a treasure trove of items. If you see anything out there ordinary, be sure to search the area. Press the circle button while your weapon is sheathed to search for items. It's good. Like I said, that's why I've called it Nostalgia Crisis, because it's like I'm going to be playing like a bunch of old games, as well as games that I never played. But I thought I'd start off by playing one of my most fond memory games, which was, like, besides N-Gage games, it was a Monster Hunter on the PSP. I've got it. Funnily enough, you know how I said my open source scan converter was pretty shitty with the PS1 and PS2? Seems perfectly fine with the PSP. It hasn't lost signal once. Between like loading screens and going into the menus and everything, not lost signal once. But it seems to work perfectly fine with the PSP. Did take a little bit of tweaking to get it set up and running. Like I was getting no signal to begin with. Oh, you're still alive. So yes, I thought that this is only going to be like a weekend thing, and even then, it's not going to be like every weekend. If I'm like fully dedicated to a mainstream, like newer game, I'll focus on that. But yeah, I thought like on the weekends, Saturdays, like it might just be a 1 day a week thing. Could be both Saturday and Sunday. I haven't decided yet. Where I just play older games, but it's not like limited to a specific platform. Like, I'll play on PlayStation, PSP, PlayStation 2, PS3, Xbox 360, the Evercade, whatever I feel like. And it's, like I said, it's Nostalgic Crisis is just a title that I thought of. But yeah, it'll just be playing a bunch of retro stuff. But it's not specifically limited to all things. Like I said, I can play stuff on the Xbox 360 as well. Like Dragon Age Origins at some point I want to sit and play. Or the Fable games. Like I've played Fable 1, which is in me on my YouTube VODs there. And eventually I'd like to play Fable 2 because I've never beat Fable 2. And I've never played Fable 3. Could be old school PC games as well. Just anything. And it's not going to be like it's not going to be like Koos's challenge where Koos's goal is to play every single PS2 game. Mine's just play nostalgic games, play old games. And it's not going to be like a mad rush to complete a collection of something. It's just chill out, play old games. And like I said, it'll either be both a Saturday, Sunday thing, or it'll just be a Saturday thing, one or the other. I might keep it as just a Saturday thing, and when I get back into work, me Sunday will be like me chill day where I don't stream, like it used to be. And then during the weekdays after work's when I like play my newer games. Right, how many herbs have I got? 3. I need to deliver 2 and 1 spider web. I'll finish gathering my stuff and then we'll head back. The cam didn't give us a portable spit again, did it? Nah. Crap. What's this? Alright. Alright. So yeah, I'll play this for like another 2 hours. And then I'll stop, get some food, and then I'll come back and probably do some more Dragon Age. So I actually was enjoying Dragon Age yesterday. Like the first 6 sessions that I've had with Dragon Age, I just wasn't feeling gripped by the story. But yesterday, like the story just started kicking off, and it was like, whoa! Like we met the Grey Wardens, and we discovered that Griffins are no longer extinct. And then all the Griffins except for one have been taken away by some Darkspawn or something. And that's how we met one of our new companions, him and his griffin. And then all of a sudden, the two elven gods started attacking two cities, and we had to choose which city we would go and protect. And in doing so, the city that we chose not to protect has like been destroyed. So that was like one of my first major choices in that game. And I chose to help the assassins rather than like the spirit shadow dragons or whatever they're called. So Lucanus, the guy who's possessed by a demon, he's more grateful that I helped them. Whereas Nev, she is pretty much pissed off, and a lot of her skill tree's been locked out. But I don't know if it's temporary, but yeah, her skill tree's been locked out. I think it's because she's obviously a bit miffed that we didn't help her. Man, I was saying this earlier, the combos in this are very basic. Just overhead swing, roundhouse swing, and upper swing. That's it. That is it. There's no charge attacks or anything like in the newer ones. And it's very old school where you have to use the D-pad to like move the camera while using the thumbstick. This is where the old claw method came in. Because you would use like your thumb to run around, and you'd use your like pointy finger to move the camera. That's why like the claw term came in. No, they haven't respawned. Right, I think we're good with this one. Annoyed I didn't bring the portable spit, but never mind. I wanted to make more well-done steak. No, not really. Like I said, for what it was back in the day, this was a great game. It was a game that I much preferred to play online with people, which is what I mentioned earlier. Like, you couldn't officially play it online because it would only connect locally with people that were sitting next to you. But there was some software on the PC called X-Link Kai, and if you had a Wi-Fi adapter in your PC, you could connect the PSP to the Wi-Fi adapter and trick it into thinking that it was playing with people next to you, when actually you were playing with people from around the world using this X-Link Kai software. And that's where a lot of my nostalgia came in with this game, because I played it online to death. I played the crap out of it. Same with Monster Hunter Freedom 2 and Freedom Unite. I've got a memory card inside of my Freedom 2 case, and I'm wondering if it's got my original save file on it. I haven't checked. But yeah, I've still got like the original box versions of the game that I bought when they released for Monster Hunter Freedom 1, Freedom 2, and Freedom Unite. I was saying earlier, the only other Monster Hunter games I've never played was the feline Monster Hunter games on the PSP, where you would send felines out to hunt monsters and that. And that's where the minigame mechanic came in for the newer Monster Hunters. It came from that PSP game. But I had never played those older ones. Nah, I doubt that. I mean, I was always hoping with the PlayStation, like they've got that classic catalogue where every now they release PSP games and PS2 games and everything. And I was hoping that they would release the digital version of Monster Hunter Freedom 1, 2, and Unite. Because I own them digitally as well. But I don't think they're going to do it. And I've also noticed they're starting to be dirty with those digital releases, because Dino Crisis 1 has had a digital release on the PS5. but it's locked behind the premium PS Plus subscription. So even if you already own it, you can't get it. They've locked it out, and that's a bit of a dick move. And a lot of people agree. There's like loads of people on Reddit and that going, that's like bullshit. It's the same with like the PS3 games. I hear that they're permanently locked behind the premium PS Plus subscription, even if you already own them digitally. But this is where that whole new law changes come in, where companies now have to admit that even though you've bought them digitally, you don't own them. You just own a license to them. Like companies are now being forced to admit that, and it's because of I think it's because of Steam. Like Steam had a big court case not too long ago, and I think they lost the court case, and it's basically made it so by law now companies have to admit that you don't actually own your digital games. So companies can take that license away from you whenever they want. They can sweep it from under the rug and just say, well, you agreed to it when you bought it. Which is why I don't like the idea of buying things digitally anymore. I never have, really, because Nintendo has done the same thing. Like, you can still log into your account and buy things, but eventually even that will probably get shut down. Like, sorry, you can still log into your accounts and download the stuff you own digitally, but eventually even that will probably get shut down. You can't buy new stuff now, but eventually they'll probably close just access altogether. It's similar with the PSP. Like, I've got a bunch of PS1 games and PSP titles that I own digitally, but they've locked you out of being able to, like, you used to be able to download them on the PS3, connect your PSP to the PS3 and transfer them across. But they've locked you out of being able to do that now, and you can only get them by logging into the store on your PSP. But you can't do that anymore, because the Wi-Fi standard of the PSP is so out of date, you can't connect to new routers with it, because the old Wi-Fi standard for this is so out of date and vulnerable that new routers won't let you connect. So I can't get access to my digital items anymore that I own. So I'm officially locked out of all the stuff I own digitally on the PSP. I can get some of them on the Vita, but not all of them. Oh shit, not what I wanted. No, that's what I'm saying. You used to be able to download them on the PS3 and then transfer them to the PSP, but Sony updated everything and locked you out of being able to do that. Which again was a bullshit move. You'd think they'd realise that the the Wi-Fi standard of this is pretty much useless now. Ah, bollocks. Can't afford it. Boo. I'm poor. Alright, so we're gonna fight anything yet? Nope. Combining items. Fishing. Finding raw... I think... Alright, there's 5 in total. Right, so I get there. These are all the shitty, boring ones, but we've got to do them. See, what you could do originally is if you did them in if you did like certain ones, you didn't originally have to. From what I don't know if it was in this one. I think in this one you might have had to do them all, but in the like newer ones, it might be in this one as well. If you only did a certain one, like certain ones, like say a 1, 3, and 4, whatever. I don't know the exact order, but if you only did certain ones, that would unlock your urgent. Personally, I like doing them all though. Ah, no, not that. Combining items. Deliver 2 portions. You can combine items to make new ones. Start with the basics, a portion. You need a blue mushroom and... what was the other? A herb. Da, da, da. So yeah, I think after this one, if I put up a poll or not, like I might just like for the first few games, I might just pick them myself because I kind next after this, I might play Valkyria Chronicles 2, maybe. I have been keeping my eye out for other PSP games. I'd like to get my hands on a copy of Brave Story, but that's like a US only title, and I'd have to like get it off of somebody on eBay. Brave Story was like a turn-based RPG, but the graphics on the PSP, it was like Kingdom Hearts. To become a hunter, you must learn how to combine items. You won't last long if you don't master combination. Search for a herb and a blue mushroom and then combine the two materials to create a potion. Search around the region in underbrush and in the shadows of trees, and be careful that you don't get yourself lost. The time limit's 50 minutes. Don't forget to place the complete portion into the delivery box. Combining involves taking two materials and combining them to make something entirely new. To carry this out, just select Combine from the menu, using the Start button to open the menu. Once you get the hang of it, you can use materials you find in the field to make new items on the spot. However, each combination has a difficulty level. The higher the difficulty, the lower the success rate. When you successfully make a new item for the first time, its recipe will be added to the combo list. Try different combinations and see what you can make. It's beautiful. Man, I was amazed seeing these graphics on the PSP. I've still got me chunky pit. Well, my dad's got it. Back in a minute, I'm gonna see if I can find it. My dad's got my old original PSP. I don't know. Honestly, the past month, all I've been eating is Irish stew. Yesterday, I had some barbecue super noodles with Irish stew and 3 slices of bread. And that's literally all I've been eating for like the past month. Irish stew. Tins of Irish stew. Because it's nice. It's lovely. But I haven't got any tins of Irish stew left today, so I don't know. Probably I'll have something different. There's some nice garlic chicken pieces that I've got downstairs where it's bits of chicken, and on the inside of it, it's stuffed. Inside the chicken's like stuffed with garlic and herbs and that. And they're quite nice. I might have some of them with some fries and that. Bear with us. I'm going to go see if I can find that PSP. I'll have to ask him later when he comes back. He ain't in it at the minute. Alright, my stamina's been decreasing while I've been away. Yeah, it was like the white, chunky PSP, the original PSP. You couldn't hook that one up to the TV like you could this one, the PSP 3000. And the 2000 as well. I think this was the 3000, wasn't it? Yeah. And then they released that shitty digital-only PSP that was just pretty much the final nail in the coffin for the PSP. I think there was a PSP TV. Like, it was literally a Sony... Or was that a PS2? There was a TV with a PS2 or a PSP inside of it. I think it was PS2. There was the PS Vita TV, which was shit as well. Because for some dumb reason, Sony locked out what games you could and couldn't play. I'd like to get my hands on another one of them. I've got one, but I want to keep one that's not modified. I'd like to get a spare one. Like modify it so that I can whitelist it, because basically there's a mod where you can whitelist all the games that Sony blocked so that they can play on the PS TV. But obviously I do have my modified Vita as well, which has got a port hard modded onto the bottom of it so you can hook it up to the PC. The only problem with that is it only works with this specific software that the company that modified it made, and that company's long gone. I've still got the software, but you need a license code in order to unlock it. I've got the code as well, but if I lose them, that's it. I'm up shit creek. I can never use that Vita. Like, I can never hook it up to the PC again and use it. It's a shame with the Vita one though, because the 3DS one could capture audio, whereas the Vita one couldn't. So you had to get a cable to plug into the headphone jack to capture the audio. Do I like Indiana Jones? Nope. The game looked interesting. The movies were shit and bullshit. Like the whole meme about like the first or the second Indiana Jones, like there was no need for Indiana to be there, because regardless of his actions, everything would have played out exactly the same. I can't remember which one it was, like Indiana Jones 1 or 2. I tried to watch the new Indiana Jones, and literally I could not watch more than like 10-15 minutes of it. I turned it off. I thought it was absolute garbage. I might end up picking it up at some point when it's on sale and give it a whirl. I do like those sort of games, like Uncharted and Tomb Raider and that. You never know, Indiana Jones as a game might translate really well. But the movies were... poop. Poopity poop. There's more Evercade cartridges come out this month and last month, and I still need to buy them. But my savings is dwindling away. I've decided come the new year, I'm gonna get finally back onto the ball and get shit rolling again. I've sort of been in a bit of a funk where I've just been like, I don't want to work in an office ever again, but I don't know what else I want to do. So I've sort of been like in a bit of a slump. That's why I've been streaming more lately, because like I'm not working at the minute. But all I know is I don't ever want to work in an office ever again. Sick of it. That was one of my plans, yeah, the whole forklift thing. But yeah, I need to get the license and that, which obviously costs money. But yeah, I need to basically, that was just like the one of the first things that came off the top of my head. I need to sit down and just spend a few days just looking at other options, weighing what I would like doing and what I wouldn't like doing, whatever. But like, all I know is I just don't want to work in an office anymore. I've had now but bad luck working in offices since leaving school, and I've had enough of it. You can. I'm not sure. There is some employers that'll like put you through that training, but I think with those sort when they're hiring those sort of people, they're looking for people that still got some sort of background in that area to begin with. You know what I mean? So that they know they're not going to waste the money. Like they'll be more likely to hire someone that's got more of a background within that field, like working in warehouses just in general. Because obviously if they hire somebody who's never worked in that before, and then that person's suddenly like, oh, this is shit, I don't want to do that anymore, then that company's wasted the money putting them through that forklift training. So, you're less likely, like for me, I'd be less likely to get in. Whereas if I get the forklift truck license beforehand, so then they don't have to pay the money, I'll have a higher chance. It's still worth a shot though, yeah, you're right. But it doesn't necessarily have to be that sort of a factory work either. Like I could go into like assembly line factory work, or factories that like mix paints and things like that. Just a couple of things off the top of my head. Or factories that produce like glass sheets and things like that. One of my friends, he used to do that before he joined the Royal Air Force. He worked in a factory making like glass sheets for windows and vehicles and things like that. There's plenty of things, just gotta look around. Hey Newton, welcome to Nostalgia Crisis, the middle-age crisis of gaming. That's my new slogan, and we're sticking with it. Because in the next few days, I am officially middle-aged. My birthday is coming up in just a few days. Maybe I'm. What age do you consider middle-aged? Maybe I'm already middle-aged and I've just never really thought about it that much. 50? That's not middle-aged. You've got to think of how many people, the average age of death. That's well on your way. Most people kick it in their 70s. That's why, like, when you're, like, mid-30s, that's when it's usually considered middle age. Yeah, you know what? No, on my luck, I probably will live to be 100. My bad luck, I should say. Fuck me, I do not want to be 100. Once you get to your 80s and that's when things really start to slow down. Your body's just like, I can't be bothered anymore. I'll be in the Matrix by... Hey, if that's a thing, I'll be jacked into the Matrix by the time that comes, and I won't be coming out. Fuck reality. I'll work in the Matrix. I'll just be some fat dude lying in his bed, jacked into the Matrix. I think you got blue mushrooms from area 8 and 6. The pigs, if I remember, would sniff around where mushrooms were. Hey, hey, you come back with your skin. Give me them beefs. I like beef. Yeah, that new Mario game came out not too long ago, didn't it? Is it any good? I'll probably end up picking it up at some point in the future. I think we've just got one more side quest after this one, and then that's all the like basic ones done. And then we'll finally get on to hunting things. So what's the gameplay like on that? Because I saw the trailer, but I forgot all about it. Is it like Mario RPG style or something completely different? I think you got like throwing knives or something from this camp. I'm sure you used to be able to search from the wreckage here and get stuff. Nenny? I'm sure you used to be able to. Positive. Maybe that's some of that changed later in the series. Can't remember. Maybe it wasn't in this one. Right. Combine. Herb. Blue mushroom. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was how you made potions back in the day. I think now it's just herb and herb. I can't remember what's the more modern combination. I'm sure it's changed in the newer Monster Hunters. I can't remember. Ah, yeah. I think you make dung bombs. I can't remember if dung bombs were in this one. Action-based RPG. You control both Mario and Luigi for combat. Dodge enemies by pressing A, B for Luigi. So you control both of them at the same time. Oh. How does that work when you're running around though? I'm guessing Luigi will just follow behind. Like you'll just control Mario and Luigi will follow behind. I'm guessing that's how that works. I remember this old guy would give you some free stuff. What is it, youngster? Is there something stuck onto my face? Aha! That's quite a prize you've got there. Care to make an exchange? A smart one, I see. Take this. I'm sure it'll come in handy one day. Oh. So now you trade with them in this one. Oh, there we go. Now he's giving us free stuff. I'm afraid my hearing isn't what it used to be. Right, so that's that dude. Nenny? Is this honey? Oh. That is honey. I thought so. One bit of honey. Whoop-de-doo. Okay, why can you climb on here? Reese, I think we're all good. We got what we came for. Let's head back to camp. Right. And eventually I'm going to play Monster Hunter Tri. I'm eventually going to play through all of them. That's the goal. Obviously, it's going to be a process because I'm going to be playing games across all platforms. It's probably going to be very focused on the Evercade collection as well, because obviously I've got all those cartridges with like games from different generations on. So the Evercade's good for that. And then I'll keep my eyes peeled for like the odd game here and there. I'm not going to like go up crazy and start collecting everything from every single platform. Just if I see something I think, oh, that looks alright, I'll grab it off. Other people suggest a game that may be interesting. I'm not made of money. Even though I seem to burn it like I do. Na, na, na. Ah, seed. Yeah, I pretty much decided I'm not getting a car yet. Because the problem is if I had getting a car, if that car had broken down and I hadn't found a job yet, I'd be up shit creek. So plan is job first, save some pennies, spend a year, just save, then get a car, and then look towards getting a flat somewhere. I was tempted to play a World the other day, like when I set everything back up on the Pro, but I thought I better not go too modern. because when Wilds comes out, I might end up burning myself out. Whereas playing this all at one, I think I'll be alright. Which is where I ended up coming up with me little nostalgia crisis plan. Just chill 1 or 2 days a week on the weekends. Grow my seed. Mash. Hi, my friend. Our son recently finished school, and he's well, he finished like last year. He did like a bit of, he got himself like a job as soon as he left working with a friend. But he's recently joined the RAF, the Royal Air Force, which is what I wanted to do when I left school. I originally wanted to join the Royal Air Force. But because of my eyesight, I got denied. Yeah, I went through the whole entry process, but yeah, I got denied because I'm blind as a bat. And yeah, I never bothered to try again. I think these days they're a bit less strict on that, I think. Not 100% sure. Same with my friend. When she left school, not that she was ever there, she barely ever went to school. She joined the RAF and she became a mechanical transport driver. I wanted to be a chopper, like a choppering people to and from and supplies and things like that. I could eventually get driving stuff, but you've got to have held your license for a certain number of years. Like, people obviously want you to have experience. So I'm going to have to obviously get a car, get more experience, and yeah, people aren't really going to hire you if you've just gotten your license like a month or two ago, because obviously you're fresh on the road, and if you have an accident, that's money that their company's going to have to fork out. I think that's why a lot of job adverts, I have looked, a lot of job adverts say must have held license for yada yada yada. Yeah, I have looked into it. That is one of my other options. I do want to get a car eventually, because the longer I'm not driving, especially with this being new, the more rusty I'll get. Obviously, when you've been on the road for years and years, that's not a problem anymore, but for me, I'm just fresh, you know? I've only just gotten my license a few months ago, and I haven't got a car yet to keep that experience going. Because even the instructor says, yeah, real driving experience comes once you get your license and you're on the road on your own with no instructor helping you. That's when your real experience comes. Could I take people? Well, yeah, I could eventually. I could ferry me dad. And I mean, he's got his own car, but yeah, I could. What I would like to do is eventually on the weekends, because my mother, like, she has to when she wants to go get shopping, she has to walk everywhere. And the problem with my mother is she's got bad lungs. When she walks too much, it becomes harder for her to breathe because her lungs are knackered. And my plan was eventually when I get my car on the weekends, I'll take her to where she needs to go so she can get shopping and things. Did I store it? Yeah. Alright, this is the last of the basics. Fishing. Deliver 1 sushi fish. You can use the fish you catch in all sorts of ways. Thankfully, this one we don't have to go wandering around. Catch a health-restoring sushi fish and bring it back to camp. Yay! This is the last of the noob missions, and then we get to gather herbs. Because if I remember correctly, the next missions are gather herbs, and then blue mushrooms, and then special mushrooms. Then you fight something. I think you fight the bulldrome. I think. I said the beginning of Monster Hunter is very slow. If you do every quest. Which is what I'm doing. We do it all! We do it in full! Everything. We don't skimp. We save. Yeah, there was a stream in 11, I think, you fish from. Meow. If I remember, there was a bullfang or bulldrum. I can't remember which was which. I'm sure there was a one chilling in 11 here. Cutscenes. Yeah, I can hear it. I remember the one being in this area. Fish. Yep, there he is. Boo. Come here, you turkey. Roll. Ah. Fuck you, buddy. Hit him. No! Bollocks. Oh god, get out of this area. Oh wait, actually, no, I think these ones are chill. I think these ones don't steal from me. Spider web, spider web. Doot, doot, doot. I'm hoping Cyberpunk gets a PS5 Pro enhancement, because I still haven't played that game, which I'm glad I haven't, because like Demon Souls has had an enhancement, but I've already played it. Same with like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's getting a Pro enhancement, but I've already played it. But Cyberpunk happened. So I'm hoping eventually it will also get an upgrade. Be nice if Witcher 3 got an upgrade as well, because I do plan on carrying on with that. I'm not going to start from the beginning, but I do plan on... This guy is taking some hits. There we go. I do plan on going back to it at some point. A stone? Right, bait. There ain't no sushi fish. Oh wait, there is. I think it's them little red ones. So you gotta try and like time it so that the right fish takes the bait. That should hopefully be alright. One of the red ones already going for it. Ah, it's a rumblefish. Ah, I think the sushi fish is like a bigger one. Come on, I think it was a mining point up here or a fishing point. I think it was a mining point. Climb up. Wait. Climb up. Now then. I know you could get up there. Wait. What was up here? I think it was a mining point. The sushi fish was the red ones, wasn't it? Or was it the white ones? Which was the sushi fish? I'm forgetting. Nope, that's sleepy fish. I think it's the bigger red ones. There's one there now. I think that's that big reddish one there. The back's the right one. Bollocks. And it's gone as well, because I failed to catch it. It's disappeared. Bollocks. Stupid fishies. Ah, but I pressed. Man, it's so unforgiving, this one, on the fishing. Oh. Pintuna. Oh yeah, the older ones are like way harder because they're a lot clunkier. Very manual on everything you've got to do. Whereas the newer ones, they became less, like more forgiving on everything. Especially with the fishing. The fishing's like really easy in the newer ones. Me bit. Hey, that should be a 1. There we go. How many did I need? 1. Right, I'm done. Of all the quests, fuck the fishing ones. They are the worst. Heck, I take egg delivery over the fishing ones. Ooh, guess we're getting takeaway. I was going to stop at 6 and, well, I was going to stop soon and get some food. But, just crack on until my takeaway gets here. I'm going to get chicken and king prawn fried rice with chips and gravy. I haven't had the king prawn fried rice in a while. It depends where you get it from, though, because some takeaways are very stingy on the prawns. Like, they'll put, like, 2 prawns in. And the prawns aren't massive. I wonder if we've got any frozen prawns downstairs. I could just defrost some frozen prawns and put them in extra. Alright, that's all the tutorial quests done. It only took 3 hours. 5 quests, 3 hours. But obviously, because I wasn't, like, rushing them, I was gathering materials as well to... Because it's going to help down the line. Na, 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 na. I'm happy I'm playing this. And then I get a Rathalos and promptly get my arse kicked, and then I'm like, eh. Because Rathalos solo on this is pretty hard from what, at least from what I remember back in the day. He was pretty difficult. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. See, we're just building up stacks of raw meat and that, because it's all going to be handy later. Because like I said, this game doesn't hold your hand. You got to get that shit yourself. Hey. Hey. Oh. 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 I got me crops. Yeah. Yeah, boy. I need poop. I need poop. Da, 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 da. Man, I was raging. I've done it once or twice. I was raging there off stream the other day about how shit the Xbox dashboard is. I just can't get over how crap it is compared to like the Xbox 360's Blade menu. That was so much better. Especially now, like the main menu of the Xbox is now just a place for Microsoft to just slap adverts in your face. It's like, ah, great, I paid for this console just to have a million adverts in my face every time I open it up. And the PlayStation's not that better. Like, thankfully the PlayStation doesn't slap adverts in your face on the menu. But what the PS5's missing is the same thing as the Xbox missing, is like the dynamic themes. Dynamic themes on the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3 were great. And now that they've like ditched that, it's shit. Like, I liked when you pre-ordered a game and you would get like a dynamic theme. Now there's none of that. Bollocks. Like the welcome screen on the PS5, like the welcome section, that's now got some animated backgrounds, but it's limited to just that one section. The second you scroll along to one of your games, it disappears. And with the Xbox, you can't even see the background because it's just fucking, like I said, it's just adverts. All the main menu is just adverts. Even it used to be, you could have like, I think you could originally have up to 5 groups on the homepage where your games were. You would put your games within those 5 groups. Now you can only use 2 because they took those other ones away from you so that they could put adverts in your face. And to me, that's such a slap in the face. Fuck you personalising your console. We're gonna give you adverts. Don't like it? Tough shit. It's just one of the many reasons the Xbox is now a big pile of shit. Like, obviously, mine barely ever gets played. I'm only playing Dragon Age, Veilguard, and Stalker 2 on it at the minute. But once I finish them, it'll go back to collecting dust. Because Sony has just... Microsoft has just severely dropped the ball these past few years. And it's a shame, because like I said, I like competition with consoles. Like, I'm not a fanboy. I have, like, all the consoles, because each of them have something I like. Like, I like Nintendo's own brand of IPs. Nintendo is all about pushing their own IPs. Microsoft used to be about pushing their own IPs and that, but fucking half of them's gone now. Like, you know, Lionhead Studios is just a mess. Bungie obviously moved on so that they could focus on Destiny on multi-platform. 343's just had a massive restructure because their whole debacle with Halo Infinite, like Halo Infinite, it's got a lot of people still playing it, but it wasn't great. And then they've spent all this time buying up all these IPs, only to close half of them. It's like, oh, great. I felt so sorry for all those people working for those companies. I can't remember who exactly, but I'm sure I've read that. Like, there's a lot of these ones that they bought up where they've ended up closing them in the end because it hasn't panned out the way Microsoft wanted it to. And it's like, all those people working for those development companies, like, oh, cool, we're in with Microsoft now, things are going to get big. And then it's like a week later, here's your unemployment package. See you later. And it's because Microsoft has overreached. Okay, I don't know why it keeps going to the other page. I'm not even touching... Huh. Crazy. But, yeah, Microsoft just doesn't excite me anymore. Like, I used to look forward to Halo. And when Halo Infinite came out, I was gonna get it, but I wasn't as hyped like I used to be. Halo 1, Halo 2, and Halo 3. They were the three that was like the best Halo games. And then 343 took over, and it just steadily went downhill. Halo 4 wasn't terrible. I enjoyed the story. And same with Halo 5. I didn't mind it. But Halo Infinite, like, I like the idea of them making it more open world. But beyond that, it's just not that good. And I think it's also coupled by the fact that Halo 1, 2, and 3 is where my fondest memories are, because I used to play multiplayer with my friends on it. After that, everyone just sort of lost interest and stopped playing the multiplayer. So then it sort of just fizzled out. Actually, hang on. There we go. Might as well. But yeah, Microsoft needs to stop just buying everything left, right, and center and just focus on making games. What the fuck are they doing? Like, there's just been nothing. Ever since Scalebound. Scalebound looked like such a great game. It was like a... It reminded us of Monster Hunter. Just... And then I feel so sorry for that studio. Like, I was so hyped for that game. And then that studio got abandoned, the game got cancelled, and that was the end of that. And from there, everything just went downhill. Viscera Games, was it Viscera Games behind Dead Space? They shut down. Obviously, they've just... who was behind the remaster of Dead Space 1? I think it was Viscera Games, was it? I think they were called Viscera Games. Something like that. But yeah, they went kaput after the failure that was Dead Space 3. Second you put co-op in a horror game, that's it. Just kiss that game goodbye. Fear 3, exactly the same. Because the second you add a co-op element to a horror game, the horror element just disappears. At least for me it does anyway, and I'm guessing for a lot of other people. Because you've got somebody else in the game with you, you're going to spend more time just fucking around rather than being absorbed into the horror of the atmosphere. Yeah, I've got the Dead Space remaster on PS Plus. I haven't sat down and played it yet, but yeah, I heard that's done a lot better than that previous game that was done by, I think, what was that other game that came out? And I think it was made by the original Dead Space people, but it was a massive flop. What was it called? Was it done by the original Dead Space people, and what was it called again? I haven't played it, but apparently it's dirt cheap now because it's just that bad of a game. And then eventually we got the Dead Space remaster. What was the name of that other game? Callisto Protocol, that's the one, yeah. Yeah. Was that made by the original Dead Space people? Or some of them? Oh, there we go. Yay, we're gonna hunt something. Yay! First monster hunt. 3 Velociprey. Help! The children are being attacked by small blue monsters called Velociprey. 3 of the beasts are outside. Do something. Ow. Oops, because I upgraded. Yeah, oops. I forgot about the fact that you've got to pay in order to do missions. Well, shit. Ah, bollocks, you've got to get stuff out of the box to sell it, haven't you? I'm so poor, I can't afford to do a mission. Because I just paid to upgrade my weapon. I bet you I can't sell them binoculars. I'll take them out just in case. What can I sell? I'll sell that stack of 5. No. Okay. It'll get us some farm points as well while I'm doing it, I suppose. Right. Hopefully that'll get us enough just to pay for the mission. Oh god, how much was the mission? 300. Bollocks! Ain't that a kick in the teeth? I'll sell them. That should definitely get us enough. I hope. Or maybe not. Ah! Village chief, give me a freebie. I'll give you an IOU. Put it on my tab, my hunter tab. I'll sell the fish. I'm not doing anything with him right now, so I'll just sell the fish. You want a fish? Buy the fish. Hey, there we go. That definitely gonna get us enough. There we go. Oh yeah. How many points have I gained from all that as well? Cool. Not enough, but still. Alright, I'm ready, Chief. Just look at my buddy here. He says he's gonna give his lady love a present. But I think that'd be better if he gave her something carved from a monster he killed, instead of some silly egg. Will you tell him that he can carve all kinds of items from a monster after he slayed it? All he has to do is press the circle button. And then he rolls over and goes bleh. Right, let's go save the kids from the Velocipede. Are we gonna get some chiefy wisdom, or is that the end of the chiefy knowledge? His cuppeth run over. Yep, here we are. Chiefy wisdom. Winning the battle. To become a hunter, you must defeat your foes. You won't last long if you don't master combat. The Velocipede you're stalking are carnivores. These monsters are known for their sharp claws and blue skin. Stay alert, pay attention to your surroundings, and take them down. That's the thing about this PSP. I don't know if the battery works in it anymore. I'm scared to unplug it. Like, I've got the charger cable plugged in along with the video cable. But it's got a green light on there, but I don't know, every time I seem to charge it, the battery seems to just die a few seconds later. So I think I need another battery replacement. reward money. You probably already know this, but every quest has a corresponding reward. However, if you fall in combat during a quest, the reward is reduced by 1/3. When your health drops to 0, you will fall unconscious. This means that if you fall in combat 3 times, your reward is reduced to 0 and you fail the quest. On the other hand, if you can finish a quest without falling in combat once, you'll get the full reward amount. When you're hunting carnivores in particular, be sure to keep an eye on your health. You can select quest info from the menu to confirm the conditions required to complete a quest, such as the number of monsters you need to kill or items you need to deliver. And we're off for another whirlwind adventure. Catch the pigeon, catch the pigeon. It should, if I remember, be hanging around in Area 8. Or was that the Velociprey when he shows up? Velocidrome, I can't remember the names. There we are. I remember my shit. What's up, buddy? Nummy nummy. I upgraded my weapon. I'm going to destroy you. Ha ha ha! I don't think this is the right time. Carve and kill. You can carve up carnivores to obtain items, just like with other monsters. Materials you obtain this way can be taken to the crafting shop in the village for use in crafting or improving your equipment. Help! If you want to take on more powerful monsters, you'll have to improve your weapons and equipment to make them stronger. Got it? I got it. Two remaining. Excusez-moi, monsieur. Oh, one carve. One remaining. Fly. Easy enough. Ah, the old kick mechanic. I forgot if you press select, you can kick. It's pretty. Hey! Hey! What do you think you piece of shit? Give me my carve. Do 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 do. Man, there was one thing I've never been able to pull off ever since Monster Hunter Tri. You are hunting that version of those things that I've just killed now. In that game, you had to catch. You had to catch one of them. And I somehow managed to catch two with one trap at the same time. And I've never been able to replicate that ever again. I don't think it was supposed to be possible. I used to have a clip of it years ago, but it's gone the way of the dodo when I like wiped everything. Hey! I never knew what that meant until like recently. I used to say that all the time. Gone the way of the dodo. I never knew what that meant until like last year. Like, because obviously the dodo is extinct. That's what it means when you say it's gone the way of the dodo. Right. So the thing about this one as well, like the other thing that made it very manual, like when you're gathering things, like planting things in your field here, if you didn't have them in your inventory, you had to like go back to your box and grab them. Eventually, they implemented so you could like get stuff from your box without having to have them in your inventory. That's not what I wanted. Wish this cough would go away. It's driving me. Ooh. I see a small goldfish. Money. Ah, go away, stupid fish. I want the goldfish and the pinky one. I forget what the pink one is. Time it right so I get the right ones. Now. Actually, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Never mind. Ah. Fuck it. As long as I get the small goldfish. Hurry, hurry. Perfect opportunity. Ah! It did it right from the beginning. Oh, it's being a twat. Go. Perfect opportunity. Ah, you fudge, I did it at the beginning. Ah, he took me bait. Go. No, I don't want you. You stupid fish. Go here. Nobody likes you. I did it again. I want the goldfish. Money. We need money. Give it. In the early days when you're dirt poor and suck at this fishing mechanic. Ah! You took the bait, didn't you? You took the bait. Yeah, that's it. I'll jump in there and I'll just catch you with my bare hands. Nope, that's terrible. Go, go, quick, 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 quick. Yes! Mine! Get in my belly! Alright, cool. Got what I wanted. Sell that. Get some farm points and a bit of money. Ara, ara. $500G. We'll keep the rest. All right, cool. Beans on toast. That's something I haven't had in a long time. Beans on toast. Typical British staple. I think it's British. Did we invent the beans on toast? I'm not sure. I think we did. Not that that's something to write home about. Bean toasties. Never actually had a bean toasty. They don't have a toasty maker. Because obviously with a toasty maker, it compresses the edges together so it like sticks together. I've never done that with beans. And Greg's has a bean melts, which are lovely. Pasties with beans and sausage in the middle. Delicious. Oh. Fuck. Back to the garbage. Deliver 7 special mushrooms. I want to send some special mushrooms to my brother in town, but there are too many monsters. Please bring 7 special mushrooms to me. Aye, aye, Captain. Koos skipped half of these on his playthrough, didn't he? He beat this game in like, I don't know how many sittings, but he didn't take him long because he did the quest skipping where you could just do the ones that you need to do in order to unlock the urgents. He's not a hunter. For shame. Item gathering. This time, I'd like you to find an item called Special Mushroom in the field and deliver some back here. Where can you find the special mushrooms? For the answer to that, you do well to follow a moss wine. They've got a nose for special mushrooms. Watch their behavior and you might get lucky. And while it's not part of the quest, it'd be a good idea to get a feel for using tools to find other items. Try out the old pickaxe and old bug net in the supply box. When you're in the field, experiment and try to figure out what they're used for. When you're out in the wilds, you'll see areas with floating yellow lights. They look green. Those are bug net points. If you wave a bug net there, you can find all sorts of bugs. You can use the bugs you catch as ingredients for combining. In caves and other rocky places you find in the field, you can find cracks to use as mining points. Try using your pickaxe on them, and you can find all sorts of ore. This is one of the most important aspects of being a hunter. You can use the ore you find for creating new equipment or improving weapons. Paintball? This is the point where you've got to start like hoarding the items box. So if they're not supply items, take them. I'll take that just because we're going to be here a while. When you're near a bug net point, the X marker of the bug net icon will disappear, meaning that you can use your bug net. When this happens, press the square button to begin waving your bug net. Now, also, it's possible to collect bugs even in places without the floating lights. Just pay attention to whether you can use the bug net or not when you're searching around. There are various levels of bug net. The cheaper they are, the easier they rip. Expensive ones are more durable. You should keep this in mind. Excuse me. Hello? Oh. Wow, generous. Get a load of Mr. Generous gathering point there. 1. Special mushrooms were after, wasn't it? Hello, I'm also gonna carve you guys up because I can get some nice little starter gear from these guys. Oh, it goes towards the boss version of them anyway. Help! Ah! My penis! He's hurting my penis! Help! Excuse me. Over the side! Ow, 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 ow. I can't do Yoshi to save my life. No! Denied! The loss of scum! Give me them skins. Did you just kill your friend? Heads up! Get out of the way! I will end you. Just give us 2 seconds. I promise. Ah, you piece of shit. Yeah, they don't stay on the field very long, the corpses. Move! Aerial swipe. I think eventually they stop coming. Help! Don't know what I was aiming at there. Stop moving! Die like a piece of shit. Maybe they just keep coming. I thought eventually the spawn exhausts. Well, they seem, I mean, hey, more supplies the better. I can sell it and also use it for crafting. You need bits of their stuff towards the Velociprey gear. Or Velocidrome, whatever the fuck it was called. Yeah, I love it when you hit the mid-air and you see them flying. How you doing, Jay? Welcome to Nostalgia Crisis. The midlife crisis of the gaming age. I'm going to be playing a bunch of games from different platforms. Not specifically focused on any one. Just games that are nostalgic or not doesn't specifically have to be nostalgic games, but the first nostalgic game for me is Monster Hunter on the PSP. It's not the first game I ever played, like, one of the first games I ever played was Cannon Fodder on the Amiga. Hey, stop moving. I like that with, like, I don't know why they did that, but, like, there was, like, a skin variation of them. Like, this one's paler. I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. Okay, I think they just keep coming. There's more. Yeah, playing on the PSP. I use a open source scan converter upscaler that takes the image from the PSP and like blows it up so it's better. Alright, that's enough of them for now. I'll grab some herbs while we're here. Or that. Yeah, I've got the PSP 3000 with a video cable plugged into it, component cable. And I've got that hooked up to this box called the open source scan converter, and it takes the image and blows it up. You don't want to give me any herbs, do you? You piece of shit. Yes, this is the goal is this will be just like a weekend thing, maybe just one day a week, maybe two, Saturday or Sunday, or maybe just Saturdays. I haven't quite decided yet. And during the weekdays, I'll be playing more newer games like I usually do. But I decided to dedicate one day to just playing some older games across multiple different platforms, whether it be PSP, PS2, PS1, PS3. Xbox 360, Evercade, just multiple different platforms. Just chilling, playing some oldie games. Like I said, it'll just be like a 1 day a week thing. 2 days if I decide to do it on Sundays as well. Because I'm not going to just make it so it's like the only thing I do. Because then my backlog for newer games will just become even bigger. But yes, how's everyone's weekend? What's everyone up to? Yeah, I'm the same. I prefer to have it on. Like, I've got the original PlayStation 2, and everything kicking about. I also have the PlayStation Mini and the like SNES and Mini and what have you. I've got a couple of cartridges lying about, but my cartridge-based gaming is mainly going to take place on the Evercade. The Evercade is a good system where the company licenses like old games from like Atari, Sega Genesis, things like that, and puts them on like cartridges for this system. So yeah, a lot of me cartridge-based gaming will be done on this. I do have the SNES lying around, and I've also got a this system called the Retro Freak. It's a third-party console, but it plays like the official games. Like it plays the official NES cartridges, the Famicom, the SNES, the Super Famicom, basically the Japanese version of the games. The Genesis, the Mega Drive, the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Turbo Graphics, PC Engine, and PC Engine. But yeah, you can take like the official legit cartridges and put them in this system, and it'll play them. So that's probably where a lot of me cartridge-based retro gaming will be, along with the Evercade, because everything's in one place. And this does all the work for you. It upscales everything to HD automatically, with a HD port that's built into it. And yeah, I've got like a bunch of like official SNES and NES games and everything that I can play on that. And then I've got like I've got a bunch of the mini consoles as well, like the Commodore 64 Mini, which thankfully with this you can preload other games. If you bought other like digital copies of games, you can preload them onto this as well. There's a game on here I do want to play at some point. I forget what it was called though. It was like a top-down dungeon crawler, and it looked pretty good. I can sit there for now. But yeah, that is the plan. Just chill out on Saturdays and... Oh, shit. No, what? I don't want to quit the game. And just play all the games. Like I said, it's not going to be restricted to just one system. It'll be anything from, like, PS1, PS2, PS3, Xbox 360, SNES, NES, whatever. Anything. Just anything that I have nostalgia for. Thus the name of the theme behind my whole thing, Nostalgia Crisis. It's like a midlife crisis of gaming. Because I'm pretty much at that midlife age. And yeah, I just came up with the idea of, you know, play old games that I had good memories of, like this Monster Hunter. I was talking about this earlier. Monster Hunter, I had great memories of playing this online with people, because you couldn't originally play it officially online, because this would just used to connect to people that were sitting next to you. But if you had a Wi-Fi adapter on your PC, there was a software called X-Link Kai, and you could trick your PSP into connecting to that software, and you could play with people from around the world. And that's where a lot of my good memories with Monster Hunter came from. That's how I officially got into it. I have played the PS2 version of Monster Hunter, but I didn't fully get into it until Monster Hunter Freedom. Yeah, the Evercade's a good system. Like they're starting to now get into the PS1 era of things. Like they've just released. I can't see. The spotlight's blind. Ugh, I'm blind now. My spotlight just blinded us. They've just recently released like the first 3 Tomb Raider games from the PlayStation 1 on it. I recently played through Tomb Raider 2. I had played Tomb Raider 1 on the PS1. But there's a problem I'm having with upscaling the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. The Retro Tink... sorry, not Retro Tink. The open source scan converter that I use that upscales the images has a problem where whenever a game changes the resolution, this loses signal. And the problem with old PS1 games and PS2 games, PS1 and PS2 in particular, they're constantly changing the resolution when you're going into a menu or when you're closing the menu or when a cutscene starts and a cutscene ends. Every time that happens with a PS1 and a PS2 game, it changes the resolution from like 240p to 480p. And this doesn't like that. And so when I was playing through Tomb Raider 1, every now and then it would like lose signal. It only loses it for a second. But games like Dino Crisis, when you're like opening the menu to like reload your weapon or heal yourself or check the map or anything, every time you do that, this would lose signal for a second. And it's very annoying. Though it doesn't seem to be doing that with the PSP. So far, I haven't noticed any problems. Just with the PS2. I don't know. I'm assuming X-Link Kai would still be up and running these days. Like I said, that was years ago. I think I was like 15 or something. Like now I'm in like my mid-30s, and yeah, it's been a long time. That's why. But yeah, the Evercade's starting to get into the age of more modern retro games. I've gone through all the Atari things and shit. I'm yakking that much that I'm not paying attention to me stamina. But yeah, I just see. Then again, I don't know, because the problem with the PSP I discovered last month, because I tried to connect my PSP to download all my digital games off the PlayStation Store, because you can no longer transfer them from the PS3 to the PSP. Sony's gone and locked you out from being able to do that. And then I discovered the problem with the PSP is its Wi-Fi standard is so outdated that it can't connect to modern routers. Modern routers won't let it because it's a security risk. And so I can't get this online to download from the PlayStation Store, like the official games that I own, which is very annoying. Because then I could download Dino Crisis 1 and 2 and a bunch of other games. I do have them installed on my PS3, at least. But like you said, there's some games where I'd rather play them on the PSP, and other games where I'd rather play them on the PS1, what have you. Yeah, the Duke Nukem Evercade, yeah, you'd have a hard job getting it these days. I mean, there might be someone selling it on eBay, but whenever they release those limited edition consoles, they are limited. What was I here for again? Yeah. If I remember, there should be one over here. But yes, I always recommend the Evercade. Like I said, it's a great system, and they're constantly getting more and more deals with what games they can put on the system. Like I say, obviously they've just had Tomb Raider on, and this month, the Soul Reaver collection just came out, which has Legacy of Kain and Soul Reaver 1 on it. It'd be interesting if they got a deal with Square Enix at some point to put like the old Final Fantasy games on. Like obviously we've just had a remaster of all the Final Fantasy games on that Pixel collection, but Evercade could put like the original versions on their system. I'd gladly buy them. Next chapter, dan. I'm sorry, but the whole premise of the story so far revolves around getting that guy's nuts back. And it's like, alright, where's the aliens? Like, you saw the aliens for a brief moment on the first episode, and it's like, alright, that's the end. But yeah, the whole premise behind that show, at the moment, I find very weird. A spirit steals this kid's nuts, and so they're on a quest to get them back. And then it turns out some girl from school found his nuts, but she thinks they're some sort of sacred item because the spirit that stole them coated them in gold or something. It's like, who the fuck came up with that? Don't get us wrong, the animation style and everything's cool in that show. I am dying because I'm like not really paying much attention to what I'm doing at the minute. Ang. 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 Like any blue mushrooms. Bollocks. Ang. Now you gave me special mushrooms the last time I spoke to you. Praise the wise one. Give me this. No. Special mushrooms, please. Makes this quest nice and easy. Fuck. I'll have that. Yes. Hell yes. Ooh. Bow to the wise one. Ah, man. Alright, I get it. Thank you. I've been getting into that new Dragon Ball show. It's a hell of a lot better than GT. Like Goku being... This is basically the reimagining of GT, basically. But instead of just Goku getting turned into a kid, everybody's been turned into a kid. And it's sort of a retelling of like the Namekians history as well. Like the Namekians. Like it turns out they originated from hell. Along with the Dragon Balls. The final village quest of this game's nuts. I can't remember... You could do the hub quests offline, couldn't you? Like, you could fight, like, Xiao Lung or whatever the hell he was called offline, couldn't you? Oh yeah, we know about... Yeah, that's Dragon Ball, like Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball when he was King Piccolo. Go here. Busy. I do not have the stamina to fight you dudes. I wasted too much time fighting you at the beginning. Yeah, because if I remember, there was 1 or 2 quests that you could only do in the hub area. I can't remember if you got to do Lao Shun in the offline stuff. I cannot remember. I think I remember you could get some special mushrooms over here as well. Where the nitro shrooms in that were. I think you can get some from here. Smell food. My delivery... I'm surprised my delivery's not here. I'll be stopping soon to get some food. And then when I come back, I'll be doing a bit of a Dragon Age Veilguard. That's my main focus at the minute, to get through that game, because that game is looking like it's going to be long. But like I said, Saturdays will be mainly old school games. Where the hell's more blue mushrooms? I think if you kill these, sometimes you would get them off them as well, wouldn't you? I think. How many have I got? I only needed 7, I think, didn't I? I need 1 more. Job done. Actually, while we're here, may as well. The more ore, the better. Oh, you're just here. Yep, my delivery's here. Yep. Chinese food has arrived. When you're near the mining point, the next, it's the same shit. The X mark over your pickaxe will disappear, meaning that you can use your pickaxe. When this happens, press the square button to begin swinging your pickaxe. There are various levels of pickaxe. The cheaper they are, the easier they break. Expensive ones are more durable, obvious. I know, but worth remembering. I think you could mine up here, couldn't you? Yeah. Wow, that lasted long. RNG strikes again. Now, people that know me when it comes to Monster Hunter, I have god-awful luck when it comes to the RNG. RNG Jesus sticks his middle finger up at me every time I want something. It was just 7, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I think the next one is the last of the slow quests. So we'll quickly do that, so then the next time we'll come back to the game, we're ready to do the good stuff. Loads of money. I'd like to do the arena stuff as well. Like, I'd like to just do everything. It'll take a while, obviously, with us only doing it 1 day a week, but yeah, slowly work my way through the arena stuff so I get like the guild armor and what have you. So I remember the guild armor was pretty good in this. It was like one of the good in-game gear, wasn't it? I think. Not so much in the newer Monster Hunters, but I'm sure I remember it being like pretty good in this one. If you put the grind in and got the coins and everything to make it. Or whatever it was that you needed. I must say, after playing the Wilds beta, the ranged weapons, particularly the light gun, feels way better to use in that. Like, I'm definitely gonna, obviously, I always main longsword, but now that you can have more than one weapon on you, the only thing I don't like is every time you want to change weapon, you've got to like call the mount, hop on the mount, and then hop back off it. I don't like that. I wish you could just carry both of them on your back. And you could just swap them on the fly that way. Because it's like a break in the combat when you're having to like call the mount, hop on it to like grab the weapon and then hop back off. It's not terrible, but I'd much rather you could just carry the weapon on your back and just swap on the fly. But I'm glad you can. But yeah, I'll probably still main me longsword, but I'll have the light gun as my secondary. That's better. Oh crap! I should probably store my shit. Can you all remember the name of the PSP games? I mentioned this earlier. The only Monster Hunter games I've never played is the ones where you would send your felines. It was mainly centered around the felines and what have you. And you'd send them out on missions. And there was PSP games. But I can't remember what they were called, because I never played them. I might see if I can get my hands on some of them as well at some point. Nice. Upgraded the farm. Extra bit of crops to work with. Just remember to ask my dad what he's doing with my OG PSP. My chonker. My original PSP 1000, this chunky white thing. I remember I had to send that to Sony at one point because the disk drive failed on it. So I had to send it to Sony to repair it. And I remember it broke during the quest where you had to fight Rathalos. Like the first hunt for Rathalos. My PSP died. Like the disk drive stopped working on it. So I had to send it in to be repaired. hoping this doesn't have that same problem. As you can't send them in for repair anymore. I would have to buy another one. That's a problem when companies stop making things. Eventually you're just relying on the stock that's already out there in the world, which eventually over time dwindles. Alright, did I gather books? Yeah. Alright. Do. Want to quickly get that other quest done. Obviously my food's here and I don't want to get in cold. Right. I need to come up with some sort of little extra over. I think I might design another overlay specifically for me new little nostalgia crisis thing. Hey Tito, how you doing? Yeah, well, I mean, the new Dragon Ball series is trying to put. I don't know if is it changing the history of Namex? Because I'm sure within like episode 3 or 2 or something, it said that now Namex originated from Hell, basically, and the left Hell. Originally, like everyone could leave Hell, and a lot of people, particularly the Namex, started like just leaving Hell because they didn't want to be there anymore. And so, like the Guardians of Hell started to put like lockdowns on it, so you couldn't leave anymore. And anyone with like pointy ears is a demon, is like from Hell. So far, I'm enjoying the new Dragon Ball Daidom or whatever the hell it's called. Pretty good. Hell of a lot better than GT. And it's sort of like it's taking place between Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. Oh, there's 2 more to go. Present for the armorer. Deliver 5 Kelby horns. That shouldn't be too bad. The decorations on bowguns have always been made from the horns of Kelby, but we're running out. Can you bring 5 Kelby horns to me? I remember it wasn't this one limited. Like, there's 2 versions of Kelby. There's the male and the female version. And I'm sure I remember the female ones in this one didn't give you horns. They changed that in the newer Monster Hunters. But I'm sure in the older ones, it was only the male ones that gave you the horns. Which is what made this quest a bit of a pain in the butt. I think the worst quest in the older ones was the ones where you had to get a pristine livers from the sand sharks. That was one there. That's by far one of the worst quests. Like I'd rather do the egg delivery quest. A lot of people hate the egg delivery ones. That's easy. You're just going to grab some eggs and running back with them. But the pristine liver ones, you got to hack around trying to get them out the floor. And if you haven't got screamers, or what the fuck do I call them? It was even more of a pain in the arse. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this new story was written by. Oh god, I'm having a brain fart. What was his name again? The guy who made Dragon Ball. What was his name again? I'm having my brain's just suddenly went. Bleh. I know his name, but my brain's just like fuck you. Akira Toriyama. I got it. It came there. Eventually, my brain just went, there it is. It's on the shelf. But yeah, this new Dragon Ball, it's written by him. I think even he hated GT. I think... What was the story behind GT again? He didn't really... Did he write GT? I'm sure he hated GT. And this Dynam is basically his solution to erasing that permanently. If I remember, it was just these ones here. The male ones that would give you the horns. Yeah. Sometimes you still had a chance to get a pelt though. But I'm sure the female ones only gave you pelts. Oh, you're still alive. Hey! And they also changed it so you didn't kill them in the new ones. You would, like, knock them out. I'm not sure why they did that, but, yeah. I didn't realize that as well. Like Dragon Ball Superhero, the last movie that he wrote, it was his way of bringing Piccolo back into the main like fold, because obviously Piccolo, like a lot of the Z fighters, fell behind in terms of his power. And this was his way to like bring him back up to speed, as well as Gohan. He hated Gohan originally, from what I understood. He didn't like Gohan. As a character. But Piccolo, it turned out apparently Piccolo was his favorite character. And it's such a nice, like, it's such a nice thing that one of his final things was he brought Piccolo back into the main, like, group of, like, being powerful again. Yeah, his new beast form's interesting. Honestly, I wish Frieza would just go away. Like, cool. I didn't mind that he came back with his new golden form, but then now he's got his Frieza black form, and it's like, it's clearly going to wind up. You know where this is going. Eventually, he's going to kill off one of the gods and become a god of destruction or something. And then you've got Vegeta with his Ultra Ego. Again, I've only seen bits and pieces of the manga because I'm waiting for the anime to come back, because it's eventually going to come back. But I know, like, obviously Vegeta's Ultra Ego, Frieza's black form. Like, Frieza finally, like, trains, and he just absolutely destroys Goku and Vegeta with his new form. But you know how it's building up. He's going to be the final villain again, isn't he? There's also a lot of, like, what if... Like, if you've never, like, searched for Dragon Ball stuff on YouTube, there is so many fan-made shows, like, where people are, like, making proper mangas, and, like, the artwork, like, looks like the real stuff, but it's fan-made. And it's, like, what-ifs. Like, other people's what-if versions of Dragon Ball Super and things like that. And there's some really good ones out there if you look for them on YouTube. Need 2 more. It was 5 I needed, wasn't it? Yeah. Where else did the Kelby spawn? Did they spawn in 10? Oh, yeah, I heard one. Where is it? I'm sure I heard another one. I definitely heard a one. Unless it's just zoned out. See, I've never gotten into the Dragon Quest games. I've only ever played Dragon Quest X, but I ruined it because I played it on like the hardest difficulty. And for an RPG, it was just horrible playing on the hardest difficulty. Like for that sort of RPG, like turn-based RPG, it just ruined the experience. Similar to like Fire Emblem. I've never played a Fire Emblem game apart from 3 Houses. But I played it on hard, which was fine, but I also had the mode on where if a unit died, they permanently died, and that just ruined the whole experience. These are all female. Where's all the dudes? Where are the dudes at? That's not a dude. That's a dude. That's my problem, you see. I like playing games on the hardest difficulty. And usually it's fine. Usually I'm fine with it. But then there's some games where you do it and it's just like, you know, like stupid. Like, for example, playing an Elder Scrolls game or a Fallout game on the hardest difficulty is just stupid. Because all it does is just turns the enemies into bullet sponges. There was an example that I used to have years ago when I played Skyrim on PSVR 1 for the first time. I played it on the hardest difficulty, and there was a moment I was in a crypt fighting a bunch of skeletons, and I'm just standing there with the bow and arrow, just literally firing arrow after arrow after arrow into this one enemy, and it's just not dying. And I was just like, this is hardest mode, ladies and gentlemen, and I just like absolutely destroyed the experience. Never play those games on the hardest difficulty. It's just stupid. I did get 5 there, didn't I? See, I do want to go back and play 3 Houses again, but I'll turn that mode off. But the problem is, obviously, the backlog of my games is just... it just keeps going up. Like, obviously, I've still got a Warhammer Space Marine 2 to play at some point. I've still got all the Yakuza games and every other game that's sat on the shelf. Oh. Ah, you piece of crap. Just let me squeeze in there. You made me go the long way. Oh, God. Hell no. No! No! Oh, yeah, you can have it. Fuck it. I'm not risking it. You're not stealing the horn. You can have the hide. Bye. Run away! That would have been a bit shit if they took a horn. See, I liked the prologue. Like, I haven't played it yet, but I liked the idea of the prologue to that Eiyuden Chronicles, where it was like a side-scroller, similar to Sakuna of Rice and Ruin or Odin Sphere and things like that. But then the main game of the Uden Chronicles, it's completely different. It's just like, yeah, turn-based RPG, I think, from what I saw of it. I like games like that, like Odin Sphere and Muramasa, Sakuna, Rise and Ruin, Dragon's Crown, things like that. I love those sort of games. I still need to play that, what's it called? Unfinished Unicorn or whatever the hell it's called. Oh, Unicorn Overlord. I still need to play that. That's another game on the backlog. I keep forgetting I've got it. Same with Rise of the Ronin. Thankfully, that's had an upgrade and I haven't played it yet, so I can enjoy that at some point on the PS5 Pro. That Rise of the Ronin. That's been sat on my shelf for a while as well. Thankfully, I haven't played it, so I can get the benefit of the Pro upgrade. Alright, one more. And then that's all the boring quests done. But this last one's an egg hunt. Do I make a good thumbnail for this, or do I just be lazy and get the logo and put my logo on it, and then that's it? I tend to be a bit lazier when it comes to retro games making the thumbnails. Except for Metroid, Super Metroid. I put a little bit of effort into making them ones. I still need to go back and finish Metroid Prime on the Switch. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles X. I remember I started that, but I just wasn't feeling it at the time. I think it's because I went from playing Xenoblade Chronicles 1 straight into playing Xenoblade Chronicles X on the Wii U, and I can't remember. It felt like the way it was like easing into the game was just shit. But I'm glad that it's coming out on Switch because I can finally sit down and play it properly. However, I don't think it'll be as good though, because the problem is the one thing that the Wii U had, like for example, Zombie U got a re-release on like the PlayStation 4 and everything, which is great. I'm so sad that there isn't a sequel to that yet, because I really loved Zombie U. But what made that game good as well, apart from the gameplay, was how he interacted with the touchpad on the Wii U controller. Like, he managed your menu and checked the map and everything on that screen. So it added an extra layer of interactivity. Same with Xenoblade Chronicles X. You'd mess with, like, the map management on that. And I think you would, like, set up outposts and things. Again, I didn't get too far into X. But you would use the Wii U's touchscreen to, like, set up outposts and things like that. But you're not going to do that in the same sort of fashion on the Switch version. Like the Switch version, you'll just like press the start menu and open up the menu and just do it on screen. Whereas with the Wii U, you would do it with the touchpad, and again, just it's a simple thing, but it just adds that extra layer of interactivity. Okay, it keeps doing that. When I'm pressing down, it's for some reason going to the right as well. When I'm using the D-pad. Yeah, it keeps doing it. Like, I'm just pressing down on the D-pad, and it... Of course, now that I'm trying to give you an example, it's decided, fuck you, I'm not going to do it. Well, I was talking about this earlier. Like the history of Monster Hunter has been like it's been a weird one. Like on the PSP and on the PS2. Like the PS2 had a good like following because it had online. But then when that shut down and we got the PSP versions were local only. You couldn't play online unless you used third-party software to connect to your PC and play online. But you couldn't officially play just with the PSP on its own. And because of that, the PSP versions didn't do too good, especially outside Japan. They did great out in Japan because Japan still had that culture of sitting playing with your friends locally together. Whereas outside of Japan, Xbox Live came along and the PlayStation Network came along, and it sort of phased out people doing the old school, like going around to your mates and sitting on the couch or sitting in front of the TV on the floor and that. And again, that had like a knock on like Monster Hunter and other games on the PSP. And then eventually, after Monster Hunter Portable Third, Nintendo got the rights to Monster Hunter for a bit. And they made it mandatory that it had to have online. And they really pushed the advertising as well for it. Like, Sony barely pushed the advertising for the PSP games of Monster Hunter outside Japan. And for that reason, it just didn't do so well. And then, like I said, when Nintendo got their hands on it, they pushed. There was loads of stupid adverts of people acting like numpties. But it got the idea of the game in your head. It did the job. And because it had online and everything as well, it started to pick up pace outside Japan. People were finally getting interested in it. And then finally they went multi-platform with Monster Hunter World, and that's when it really boomed. World, like, it was just like an explosion around the world with the game. The game just skyrocketed. And then Rise. I don't think Rise did as good as World. For me as well. For me, I was a bit disappointed in Rise. Rise felt like it lacked content. At least before the expansion. But even then, even when me and Kush played through the expansion, by the time we finished it, I was still just like, meh, World was better. I enjoyed World way more than Rise. And that's why I'm looking forward to Wilds, because Wilds has been done by the guys behind World and everything. Now, and the other thing I loved about Monster Hunter Tri, for example, is they tried something new, and I loved it. I loved the swimming in it. Fair enough, if you played it on the 3DS, it was shit because you had that little control nub to control the camera. But if you had a proper controller and you were playing it on the Wii U or on the or just on the Wii, it was fine. I had no problems with the swimming, and I was so glad that it was in the game. And I keep praying that they'll bring it back, but I don't think they ever will, unfortunately. Even if they implemented it in some way that it was optional, I don't know how you would go about doing it, but just some way that it's there so that those that did like it could use it. Are they Wii U servers for that game still up and running? I know there was some guy on Twitch, like last year, was streaming himself playing it. I don't know if he was just like Link. Maybe he was using X-Link Kai. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I hated about the PSP. Like I was so annoyed because I bought the new 3DS that came with that stupid little laptop nub. It was shit. after an hour of like pushing on that nub, like with your hands getting all warm and that, it would just become awkward pressing on it. Ah, fishing. And the window for you to get the bite right in this is very unforgiving. And with it being random, whether the bite on the first or the second or the third is completely random. I never did beat the 3D version of Xenoblade. I've got it. Still on the shelf over there. It's interesting now that pretty much every single Xenoblade is now going to be officially on the Switch. Because you've had the remaster for 1, and then you've got Xenoblade 2 and 3. Now X is coming. Right, we're going to need them for this mission. We'll get this done, and then I'm going to get my food. Raid the Wyvern's Nest. Deliver 1 Wyvern egg. Thank God it's just 1. Local doctor. One of the village people has fallen ill. Ah, they need to do the YMCA. I need a Wyvern egg to cure them. Please sneak into a nest and get an egg for me. Young man. Young man. Yes, I know. Food is here. I know. Right. Chiefy's final wisdoms. Honda Basics, recovering from injury. It appears that there are wyvern eggs in a nest in Zone 5. The only problem is a Rathalos has been seen guarding the area. They're far too powerful for you to face one-on-one. So if you encounter one, don't try to fight back. Just get out of there at once. Remember, hunters who know when to run away can live to fight another day. Use your judgment and run whenever you feel it's necessary. I will pray for your safe return. Flashbang! I didn't really need to bring my well-done steaks because I'm just getting rations. I'll just use them. Which was the best way? You could survive if you'd like drop down this. I can't remember if you needed. I can't remember in the first one. Could you actually safely go from 5 to 6 with the egg? I can't remember. I know in the newer games, if you had like feline lander and that, you could, but that's not a thing in this one. So I can't remember if you could safely go from 5 to 6 or if you had to go all the way around. And the problem is all these fucking velocitwats hanging around to knock it out your hands. Look at that chicken! Arf. Arf, arf. The dog goes woof. If a monster notices you, an eye icon will appear on the left side of your screen. If you run into a monster, be sure to check whether or not they have noticed you. This is an ironclad rule. He hasn't noticed us. Stealthily. Meowthfully. Go away, you chicken. Nah, it matters, like, because as soon as I get the egg, he'll just go, huh? What's up, dude? That's fine. Thanks for the help. Got me up above quicker. Don't lunge, don't lunge. All that. Run away! I want to get my hands. This is another reason why I wish I could connect this to the PlayStation Store, because I've got like Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops and Portable Ops Plus and things, and they're all like games that I'd love to chill and play. Like I'd love to sit and play through all the Metal Gear games. I've already done all the Silent Hill games. Oh god, poison! I forgot that was a thing with you when you lunged. Oh, I'm screwed. Great, off to a good start. I haven't got any antidotes. Oh, wear off, please. I can't remember, did it actually wear off all the time in this one? Why do I get the feeling it doesn't wear off? I know it did in the newer ones, I can't remember, but I just. There we go. Woo! Hey, go away, you little shit. Go! Secret Eggy thief. Hurry up! Now he's gonna hound it. Yeah. Go, because he's gonna follow us. The worst part's going through area 2. Press the circle button when you're near an egg to pick it up. Eggs are very fragile. If you are attacked by a monster or fall from a high place, it will almost certainly break. Press the directional button up or down to switch the camera angle. And we will not read the rest. Especially in this next area. We've got to play Dodge the Raptors. Oh, my lord! Hurry up! I think we're fine. I don't think anything pesters you here. Oh shit, what was the button to put in the box? I think it was just circle, wasn't it? I'm sure I remember when I first played this back in the day, I like dropped it on the floor and didn't put it in the box. I'll check the Chiefy's wisdom. Maybe he'll tell us. Since carrying the egg will occupy both hands, drawing a weapon, using an item, or simply becoming fatigued from sprinting will cause you to drop the egg. Be very careful about the actions you take. Uh-oh. How the fuck do you put it in the box again? I think it's just circle. It's got to be circle because it's circle to put anything else in the box. Piece of piss. Alright, that's all the shitty quests doing. It's funnier when you're doing those quests online with people, because you can, like, troll each other. Or you can, like, share the aggro. Da 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 na na na. Ooh, cuckoo skills. Nice. King of the Heavens. Man, I really hope Jen Moran is in the next one. I really do. He was a cool larger hunt. And Gormagala better be in as well. It seems one of the other focuses of this one is like they're doing a similar thing to Monster Hunter 4, I think, where the monsters take a bit more advantage of the environment. When they're like fighting. Da 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 da. Well, actually, one of the other worst fishing, quests is the golden fish quests. I remember hating them ones as well. That'll come up probably in the 2-star. Golden fish quests, the pristine liver quests. They're probably my most two hated. I don't mind the egg quests. Bollocks. I bet he took me bait. He didn't. Good. Did mine, didn't I? Yeah. No, 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 no. Bye, my fish. That's all they're getting. In fact, I think we'll do the urgent, because I think the urgent is up now. We'll do that, and then we're good. Yeah, Velocidrome. So that's why it's good to farm out the Kelbies and the Velociprays and that. So you can make this armor. We'll see how we get on. So, Slayer 1 Velocidrome. Young guardsmen, after you killed those Velociprey, their leader showed up. It's bigger and it has an orange crest. Find it and kill it. My first manhunt, woohoo! Imagine if I die. I might. Again, we're back to the old school clunky monster hunter. I might die. Till we get back into the swing of the combat. Velocidromes are powered-up versions of Velociprey. Acting as the alpha monster in the pack, they have higher attack and defense than Velociprey. When they feel threatened, Velocidromes tend to retreat to another zone to recover their health. If you want to avoid trouble, don't let them get away. Skilled hunters don't face off against monsters one-on-one. They fight using a wide range of items. To stay one step ahead of the Velocidrome, use your items very carefully. You'll find some combat support items already in the supply box. Put them to good use. Flash bombs stun monsters by dazzling them with powerful flash of light. Press the square button to throw the flash bomb. For best effect, keep practicing until you can set off the right before the monster's eyes. Small and handy time bomb. Press the square button to place it. Be careful, if you get caught in the blast, you'll be injured as well. That's for small barrel bombs. Large barrel bombs, a powerful explosive that's triggered by an external impact. Press the square button to place it. You can place up to 2 in a zone. Detonate them by using stones, small... I never knew that. Oh, I forgot about it, that you could just throw stones at them. I've never done that, I don't think. Maybe I did in this one, but I forgot all about it. Small barrel bombs or a bowgun shell. They're expensive, so I can't supply you with any this time, but you should keep in mind that large barrel bombs are invaluable for fighting larger monsters. Let's do this! Leroy Jenkins. I think it was area 8, maybe? La 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 la. Flash. Maybe not. What area did he show up again? Was it 5? Come on, where you first came. I know. Maybe it was 10. Maybe. You'll know because the cutscene will trigger. I've got to hurry because the chips with me food will be getting shitty. So the thing about chips, if you leave them too long, they get all stale. It doesn't take too long. There we are. Thankfully, I upgraded my weapon a bit. Oh, I don't have any paintballs. Never mind. Welcome to the Flash Zone, bitch! Ah, you little... Ooh, you hit your buddy. He knocked out of here. Kaboom. We got this shit. Bring it on, teeth. Wrecked. Ba-ba-da-bop. That was easy. Rathalos will be the real test. Dib-a-dib-dib-doo. Doop-doop-doop. Dib-a-doop-doop-doop. 2-star unlocked. Screamers. Money. Yeah, that's all of the newbie quests done. Now the ball starts rolling from there. And I've noticed one thing: me open source scan converter doesn't like me HDMI switch. When I plugged this in, it was just constantly losing signal, gaining signal, losing signal, just constantly every second. So I had to unplug it and plug it directly into my capture card. As now. That thing got destroyed. I used all my, like, I didn't use them all, but I used the flash bombs on it. Made that fight easy. Right. It's a shame there's no title music, like menu music on the main menu. Right. Yeah, I'm going to call that there for now. I'm going to go get me food before it gets too ruined. But yeah, that's my first session of Nostalgia Crisis. Thanks for sticking around. If you're new to the channel, as always, feel free to that follow button. It's always appreciated. Hope he's enjoyed. Again, thanks for sticking around. I'll probably get some food. Actually, it's 8 o'clock. I think I'll just chill for the night. I was going to come back and play some Dragon Age, but I think I'll just chill. So, yeah, thanks for sticking around. Hope he's enjoyed. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube as well, hope you enjoyed. Feel free to come by here on Twitch when I'm live. I usually go live, well, at the moment it's any time, but usually I'm live around about 6 p.m., 7 p.m. UK time. But at the moment it varies. Once I'm back into work, it'll be back to my usual schedule. But yeah, until then, thanks for watching. Like I said, if I decide to do another Nostalgia Crisis tomorrow, we'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it just a 1 day a week thing or a 2 day. We shall see. But anyway, thanks for watching. Have a good one, guys. And I shall catch you again later for some more Nostalgia Crisis. Peace. I need to come up with some sort of overlay to match this theme. Anyway, catch you later. Peace.